Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's coverage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at the Daytona International Speedway for today's running of the next NASCAR Cup Series race on the 2024 schedule. It is the penultimate race of the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series. 12 races to go overall as we enter tonight's race, but only 2 remaining until the playoffs begin. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Here for tonight's stream, we'll have full flag-to-flag coverage for you. 400 miles, 160 laps will be the scheduled distance. And we are about to get in to our pre-race coverage. First of all, we have to highlight, the Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website and or the NASCAR mobile app. If you're not joined in our league already, be sure to do so. Chance to win 2 tickets at a NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. When you go to sign up, it is free. All you need is your email. And when you create your password and look to join a league, you'll want to join the KRC League because that is our league. As you see, I'm on NASCAR.com right now. You see where the quick link section where my cursor is at. On the left side of the screen to middle of the screen, scroll all the way to the right, you'll see a Fantasy Live tab. That's what you'll click on. I am not putting my lineup in for the last handful of races because I kind of forgot and fell out of contention for the championship as a result of that. But anyway, you'll pick 5 drivers every single week, 6 technically, and then you'll start 5 of them before the end of stage 2. So if somebody gets in a wreck or something early, then you can take them out of your lineup. And you only get so many usages for every driver during the season. You'll have 4 head-to-head picks also to pick throughout the course of the year. So again, when you go to join league, join KRC League. That is the league for this channel. I'll put it down in the chat real quick. So again, KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. We'll take a look at the point standings coming into this one. Monster Jam X10 with 4,745 points is currently the points leader, only by 11 points ahead of Frank T26, who sits in second. Hercules Harrigan is a little under 100 points out of first. And Troy the Great, almost 200 points out of first as of right now. And Fort Dale 30 rounds out our top 5, just 9 points also behind Troy the Great. So that is the top 5 as of right now. 2 races to go. Honestly, if you're within a couple hundred points going into the last race of the regular season, which is the Southern 500 at Darlington, I'd say you'd have a pretty good chance of winning the championship, or at least mathematical chance of winning the championship going into the final race. And today will honestly make or break who we're going to see competing for that championship next weekend. We could see a huge swing of the points with this being a super speedway race tonight. So as far as the Fantasy League goes, I'll give you guys my predictions for who I think is going to run well / not run well for today's race. Every week I pick a few drivers who are not going to finish in the top 10 as my don't-haves. I have a sleeper pick, or a few of them, for underdogs to potentially have a solid run, top 10, maybe an outlier shot at the win, and my 3 favorites for the race win, and ultimately my race win pick in those 3, usually speaking. Sometimes it falls into the sleeper category, but few and far between that tends to happen. I'm not going to go with an underdog pick for the win in this one here today, but what I will do is start off with the drivers who I don't think are going to run well, because I think these 3 are pretty obvious. We're going to start off with the bigger name of these 3, Martin Truex Jr. Only 2 finishes in the top 10 in his last 12 races here in 2024. He's been on a very big dip in performance. Speed has been there for him in recent weeks since getting out of the Olympic break. He had top 10 speed at Richmond, didn't get a great finish. Had top 10 speed, of course, in Michigan race. Got up against the wall while running 5th, 6th, led some laps early on in the final stage as well. He's just not finishing the races off, and that tends to be the case when Martin Truex Jr. comes to super speedway races as well. He seems to run well in the first couple stages, finds himself in the eye of the storm when the big one ultimately strikes in the final stage. He has not had great finishes as of late. He's never won on a super speedway in his Cup Series career. In his last 15 super speedway races, he only has 3 top 10 finishes. All 15 of those races fall under the next-gen era at Atlanta, Talladega, and right here at Daytona. All points-paying races. He qualified 17th. He'll be starting mid-pack in tonight's race. Daniel Suarez is my next don't have on the super speedway list for tonight's race. Only 1 career top 10 finish and 14 career starts at the Daytona International Speedway. That only top 10 came in the 2022 summer race here, when, of course, we had the giant rain caution. He was involved in the accident, but he was one of a few that actually still continued the race from that accident, and there were very few cars left on the lead lap following which, so he still got a top 10. That's his only top 10 finish in his career at Daytona. I don't like his chances here tonight. I know he won on a super speedway at Atlanta earlier this season. He's performed much better at that Atlanta hybrid super speedway than he has at Talladega and Daytona throughout his Cup career. So stay away from Daniel Suarez, even though he's had good speed in the car the last couple of weeks at Michigan and Richmond since coming back from that Olympic break. Ryan Preece, I know we all want a feel-good story. How cool would it be if Ryan Preece, a year after that scary, hellacious crash on the backstretch here at Daytona with that wild flip, that he comes back to win this race this weekend. He qualified well. The Fords look very quick, but for Ryan Preece in his career with the next-gen car, only one top 10 in 6 races. Of course, he wasn't in the Cup Series full-time in 2022, so only looking off of this season and last season's races, one career top 10 finish. And I have 6 career next-gen races. It's supposed to be 9. So one career top 10 and 9 next-gen races on super speedways for Ryan Preece. 6 last season, 3 this year, and all 3 races this season were outside the top 10 for his finishes. Again, he qualified 4th. SHR altogether on super speedways this season, only 3 top 10 finishes in his last 12 starts. Or 3 top 10 finishes in the last combined 12 starts entirely for Ryan Preece and SHR as a whole. None of those top 10 finishes, obviously, from SHR coming from Preece. 2 for Gragson. So if you're looking at maybe a sleeper pick, Gragson could be one. He's not one of my sleepers, but he could be one of yours. And then Chase Briscoe also has a top 10 on super speedways. Got an interview in the background with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I'll let you listen into that for a little bit before we get into our sleeper picks, because Ricky's one of them.
We look forward to doing that tonight and putting on a good show for everyone. And man, it'd be nice to end this thing in victory lane. Like you said, big game changer for our season. We've been on a string of really good runs and good speed in our race car. So looking forward to continuing that tonight.
Marty, he's starting 35th, but we know he's an aggressive driver who has got it done before. Could be his night.
I'm sensing a theme here, Jimmy. We've talked to 6 drivers, and every driver has said, we just got to be there at the end. So survival is certainly
It's easy.
a part of the equation tonight. But how likely is it that a driver below the...
So you heard the back half of that interview with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Wanted to let you listen into it because that leads right into our sleeper picks for tonight. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is one of my 3 sleeper picks to get a top 10 finish and maybe an underdog that could potentially win this race and boost their way into the playoffs. Stenhouse's last 2 finishes on super speedways this season: at Talladega, finished 4th. Atlanta, he finished 6th. He qualified at the back of the pack today, going to be starting deep in 35th, but what that tells me is his car is going to ride correctly in the draft. And they had the pre-race setup basically in the car for qualifying. Because remember, in the next-gen era, he's actually qualified on the pole here at Daytona for the 500. So instead of going for the speed there, they're going for back-end speed. When he won the Daytona 500 a couple years ago, he started in the back half of the field then as well. So find Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at the front of the field here towards the end of the race. I would not be shocked. Austin Dillon's another one of my super speedway underdog picks for today. He won this summer Daytona race in 2022. Qualified 16th. They'll be starting much further up in the pack. The RCR cars as a whole these last couple of years on the super speedways have been very quick. I mentioned Dillon winning at Daytona a couple years ago. He also finished 2nd at Talladega a couple seasons ago. Kyle Busch has had great runs on super speedways as well. And I'll talk about him in a minute because he is one of the must-have picks for today's race. I do like him getting a top 10, again, potential underdog for the win. It seems like he tends to run better at Daytona than he does at Talladega of the 2 original super speedways, especially with this next-gen car. Same kind of goes for Kyle Busch. He's more consistently at the front at Daytona, even though he did win at Dega last year. He only led the final lap of the race. He's led a bunch of laps towards the end of these super speedway races at Daytona, including the 500 in each of the last 2 seasons. So, this season and, of course, last year. So, Austin Dillon was pretty much right there with him. Those 2 RCR cars are working well together with each other. I'm sure we'll see that a lot today. And they have an extra car to help work with them in the field. Austin Hill in the 33 will be a 3rd Richard Childress Racing entrance, and he qualified just behind Busch and Dillon mid-pack. So, expect all 3 of those guys to work together throughout the night. We know Austin Hill's great on super speedways in the Xfinity Series, so should be a good, fun trio to watch in this one. Todd Gilliland is probably my favorite of the sleeper picks to potentially win today's race. Again, Fords have a lot of speed, have been very Ford heavy on the super speedways this season, and even though They have not won any of the super speedways so far this year. They've dominated in the lap sled category. They seem to be up all at the front of the field. You look at Dega, they're running 1, 2, 3 coming on the front stretch, and despite that fact, none of them ended up winning because of a bad block by Michael McDowell, stalling out the run by Keselowski, and Tyler Reddick was able to squeak through and get the win. You look back at the Daytona 500, they were running the field. William Byron for 4th place, put a bad bump draft on, and the top 3 kind of hooked themselves in front of Byron. Byron gets through, Bowman gets through. They go on to end up winning the race on that overtime restart that ensued that wreck. And then Atlanta earlier this year, Ryan Blaney was dominating the final stage, was leading on the final lap, got split 3 wide off turn 4, finished second by a nose. So Fords have been so close to winning these races already this season, and they're dominating the lap sled category. I expect Ford to win tonight, and I think of the sleeper picks, Todd Gillen could be the best. Gillen's actually led 74 laps on super speedways this season, all of which coming at Daytona and Atlanta. None, in fact, at Dega, even though he finished 8th in that race, which was a solid day. Gillen's been on a bit of a hot stretch as of late as well for that Front Row Motorsports team. Gillen has finished 12th or better in 5 of his last 9 races here in 2024, and he starts on the front row in the 2nd place position, tying his career best starting effort. Got to go back to Atlanta, where he also qualified on the front row, and he led over 50 laps in that race. So look out for Todd Gillen today, ladies and gentlemen, as a potential underdog that can win this race if you're looking for a long shot. As far as the must-have picks for today's race, I've got Kyle Busch on there. I kind of prefaced him a little bit. I'll talk about it more in detail here. Again, RCR has been very good on the super speedways so far with this next-gen car. A lot of people have been asking me pretty much the whole season, since Kyle Busch has not won a race, especially into the Kyle Busch rough stretch of races through the summer months. Hey, is Kyle Busch going to win a race? If Kyle Busch wins, where do you think it's going to happen? And I've been saying all along, if he wins, it's going to be on a super speedway. RCR's been clicking on full cylinders as of these last couple weeks following the Olympic break. I know Austin Dillon's not in the playoffs, but he still won the race at Richmond. And Kyle Busch had a top 5 finish and ran top 5 for most of the second half of the race at Michigan. Last week's strategy, they were actually leading in the final 30 laps of that event. So I do like the momentum that RCR has going for them since the Olympics have come out. 3 top 10 finishes in the 5 next-gen Daytona races for Kyle Busch. The only 2 races in those 5 that he has not finished in the top 10 were the last 2 Daytona 500s, which I mentioned. He was leading laps in the late going into the race, especially 2023. He was leading on lap 200, but unfortunately with the overtime restart, was not able to hold on for the win that day. But yeah, he's been great on super speedways, and it seems like Daytona's been his best of the 3 super speedway tracks as a whole with this next-gen car, even though, again, he does have a win, able to finish the race off. Joey Logano's another must-have pick for myself. He led 45 laps in the Daytona 500 earlier this year. He qualified 3rd. He qualified on the pole for the 500 earlier this year. He probably had the best car in that race. Like I mentioned already, got taken out in that wreck late when Byron had a bad bump draft behind the Fords on the backstretch in the last couple laps. So he resulted in not having such a hot finish, but his car should be quick here today. He's been quick on all the super speedways this year. Atlanta, personally, I thought he had the quickest car in that race too, but he made a dumb block at the end of stage 2 for like 6th place and got himself in a crash there. Didn't make it to the end of that race. If he just doesn't make any mistakes, the car is going to be quick. Expect Logano to run up towards the front, probably score quite a few stage points today as well. Brad Keselowski is going to be my pick to win the race today. RFK finished 1-2 at Daytona last season. While I don't have a 1-2 finish for them coming up, Brad Keselowski has been undoubtedly the best super speedway racer with the next-gen car. The ends in the last 9 super speedway races. That's all 3 this season and the 6 that we had last year. So just 2023, 2024, 5 top 10 finishes, 4 top 5s for Keselowski. He's already had a couple of top 5 finishes on super speedways this year, Atlanta and Talladega. Talladega, he finished 2nd. And he finished 7th and 5th on the last couple of bigger ovals, Pocono, Michigan. Even though those aren't super speedway racetracks, it just goes to show they've had a lot of good top-end drafting racing forward. Buscher's had quite a bit of speed the last couple of weeks as well. But yeah, I like Brad Keselowski. He's my pick to win. I picked him to win at Dega. He finished 2nd earlier this year. This is only the 2nd time I've taken Keselowski to win a race. Hopefully he does one spot better. It goes on to victory lane. My average finish this season for win picks in the Cup Series, 12.2. Not bad. Not as good as it was last year, but don't have picks. 41-11 record. Great there. 37-25 on the must-have picks. The sleeper picks a little bit below 500, but ultimately doing a pretty good job this season with predictions. Only 5 race win predictions so far, though. That's down, but the average finish, it seems like the guys I'm picking to win are finishing top 5 more often than not. A lot of second place finishes. I've had actually more second place finishes with win predictions than what I have first place finishes so far this season. So, yeah, really hoping that all goes well here as we go onwards. Wrapped up those pre-race predictions. It's got to be the quickest I think I've gotten through them so far. Dropping the green flag scheduled for 7:53 Eastern time. So even though we were a couple minutes behind on the stream today, a little bit later start despite the scheduled airtime window on NBC. Shout out to those of you watching the stream here. NASCAR Penske Cup Series Racing, JoJo, True Texan, Christopher Jimenez, Tyler Burbick, Frank Powers, Cars One Boy, Beamer 66, Patty and Rumdy Creations, Earl Arnold Jr., Lincoln Kim Hollingsworth, Patrick Shadley, and others. Welcome into the stream. You guys are the first in the chat down below. I'm ready for some Daytona action. I think this Cup race is going to be better than the Xfinity race last night. Xfinity race wasn't bad last night, but it felt like it was missing something. I don't know what it was. There was good racing from time to time throughout, but I felt like it was missing something. I don't know if it was strategy because the race was so short. It was only 100 laps. I mean, that could have been, but and the way the stages were, that there wasn't any green flag stops tonight. We will see that if we get long enough green flag runs, so we'll definitely have more strategy in this one. Stage 1 only 35 laps though, so they will not have to pit for fuel or tires. They can run flat out all the way through this first stage tonight. But then the strategy will take over from that point onward. SVG to Trackhouse in the 88 in 2025. Has that been confirmed? I actually didn't see that earlier today if it was. Interesting number choice there. Stephen Harvey also thanks for tuning in. Picking Joey Logano to win at Daytona. Yeah, it's a good pick. Jeff Burton looks like an old Bobby Hill. Oh, jeez. Christopher Jimenez taking Chase Elliott. Do they have a charter for that 88 car or no? Curious about that. I did not hear about the SVG move. I'm hearing about it now. Thanks for letting me know in the chat. Usually I'm up to speed with those things by the time the live commentary streams happen, so apologize there. Evan Stevens, thanks for tuning in also. Let me know what you think for tonight. Who you think is going to win? You can vote for who you think is going to win in the chat poll. 51 votes already, and the race hasn't even started yet. That might get above 200 before the start. 51 votes, but only 22 likes, so be sure to hit the like button on the stream. We got plenty of people watching right now. Let's see here. Your voting options: Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, or other. If you think somebody other than those three will win, those are my personal 3 favorites, my 3 must-haves. But there's definitely some big names on there that have been great on super speedways, like a Ryan Blaney that I don't have on the must-have list this weekend. Just trying to go with guys that I don't take every single week. And really, the 3 guys of Keselowski, Logano, Busch, I haven't mentioned for must-haves many times this year. I'll let you listen in to the pre-race ceremonies. We've got the national anthem coming up.
Offer tonight's invocation. Please welcome Advent Health Chaplain Matt Vendome.
Dear God, as we are gathered here this evening to celebrate these gentlemen, shake and bake like Ricky Bobby, help us to remember we also have a race that we must run. Help us to also shake and bake. Stress, some days depressed. Help us to remember we are blessed, we must shake and bake. Heartache, heartbreak, you have used it all for our breakthrough. Help us to shake and bake. And on the days where it's hard to get up out of bed, help us to remember those famous and faithful words. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing.
Hell yeah!
In Jesus' name I pray, and all of God's children say, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem. Please welcome worship leader from Hope City Church in Mount Dora, Sarah Holman.
Oh, son, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and gates rock, the bombs bursting in, gate that our flag was still. Oh, say does that star-spangled for the land of free and the breath.
That doesn't fire you up before a start of a NASCAR race. I don't know what will. There's nothing like a flyover before the drop of the green flag before the engine. Since tonight, 160 laps, 400 miles. Stage splits here today, 35, I believe, then 65 in the end of the race, if I'm not mistaken. Pulling up my, I had to take a screenshot of it earlier. They're different from what they usually are. They did change the stage splits. I was close, 35, 60, and 65, so I was just 5 laps off. I had stage 3 and stage 2 mixed around. So, yeah, again, 35, 60, 65, 7 sets of tires. That should be plenty. I don't think they're going to come anywhere close to using a full 7 sets of tires. Probably going to see a lot of 2-tire stops in this one, and again, a lot of pit strategy to try to gain track position in this one. Fuel window 45 to 50 laps if they save fuel like we saw in the Daytona 500 earlier this year. The way the stage splits are today, I'm not sure if they will do that or not. Again, they could run outright without even having to pit or save gas at stage 1, so may lead to not having to do that in this race, so we'll have to just wait and hold on there. But again, the starting lineup, here you go. Front Row Motorsports locking out the front row at the Daytona International Speedway. It's like the tandem racing years all over again. Michael McDowell on the pole for the 3rd time this season, 3rd time in his career. Todd Gillen with a front row start for the 2nd time in his Cup career, and again in P2. Joey Logano, the Daytona 500 pole sitter, will start inside of row 2, and Ryan Preece, trying to bounce back from a scary crash 1 year ago this weekend, he'll be on the outside of row 2 in 4th. His teammates Josh Berry and Chase Briscoe will make up row number 3, with row 4 being William Byron and Austin Cindric. Kyle Larson, yet to win a super speedway race in the Cup Series, looked fast and qualified yesterday, starting top 10 today along with his teammate in row 5, Chase Elliott. Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski, 2 of the favorites for the win today, will line up in row 6. Busch needs a win to make the playoffs. Keselowski looking for his 2nd win of the season. Chris Buescher looking for a win to lock himself into the playoffs in a tight points battle coming in. He'll be on the inside of row 7, with Ryan Blaney, former Summer Daytona winner of 2021, on the outside of that row. In row 8 will be Noah Gragson and 2-time Daytona winner Austin Dillon, winning the summer race 2 years ago in 2022 and the 500, of course, in 2018. Dillon trying to go for his 2nd win in the last 3 races of this one. Would punch his ticket to the playoffs if he can do it cleanly. Martin Truex Jr. with Bubba Wallace in row number 9 in this one. Truex in his final season, still trying to get his first career super speedway win. Bubba Wallace comes into this race just 1 point below the cutoff line as far as the playoff race goes. In row 10 will be Denny Hamlin and Harrison Burton. Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez are going to be in row number 11, both locked into the playoffs with 1 win apiece. Austin Hill, Ross Chastain in row number 12. Chastain just 1 point to the good above the cutoff line coming into the race, and Austin Hill, one of the 4 non-chartered entries this weekend. He's in an extra RCR entry. In row number 8 will be Tyler Reddick with Ty Gibbs. Reddick, a winner a week ago at Michigan, and he won the last super speedway race at Talladega as well. Christopher Bell with Daniel Hemrick will make up row 14. Row 15 for Parker Retzlaff and Zane Smith. Retzlaff in the 62 Beard Motorsports Chevrolet. John Hunter Nemechek and Shane Van Gisbergen in row 5. SVG making yet another Cup start. This one in the Colleague Racing 16 car this weekend. Cody Ware, Corey LaJoy in row 17. Good to see Corey LaJoy back in the trap after a scary crash last week in Michigan. Upside down, couple barrel rolls in the grass in turn 3. Looking to stay on all 4 here in this one. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a 2-time Daytona winner, will line up in the inside of row 18. Justin Haley, also a former Summer Daytona winner in the Cup Series 2019, will be on the outside of that row. Carson Hocevar, BJ McLeod bringing up the rear of the field in row number 19. McLeod, fast in speed weeks at Daytona, failed to make the 500. Expect him to actually have a good run here tonight. Looking forward to see what he can do. Maybe an underdog top 10 finish. Joey Gase and Eric Jones will round out the field today in row number 20. Jones, the only driver that didn't complete a qualifying lap yesterday afternoon. That is your full 40-car field for this race. Nobody had to go home from qualifying, but a full 40-car field again here for this weekend.
So in that situation, but I mean, I think I would prefer making MJ happy coach in that situation.
Since MJ's in the house, right?
Yes, he is here and live in person, so I think I make MJ happy better.
So, DJ, the opportunities for Austin Dillon are tonight here in Daytona, next Sunday in Darlington. But honestly, to the point was Dave was making a moment ago, does RCR and Austin Dillon view tonight as their shot to make the playoffs?
This is their chance. He's won here before. He knows exactly how to position himself late in these races.
And as DJ mentioned a moment ago, his teammate Kyle Busch, according to DraftKings, is the favorite this evening. One of 2 shots left to lock up a spot in the playoffs. Let's get the engines fired here in Daytona.
Daytona! This is a moment you have been waiting for. Please welcome the Petty family. Richard, Kyle, Richie, Timmy, and Mark.
You're right.
I am standing down at turn 4 here at Daytona International Speedway. And we know this racetrack is known for its pack style racing, but what you might not know is what those drivers are thinking about while they're in that pack. Every one of them, every single lap is thinking about that move they're going to make out of this corner to get them towards the start finish line. They're plotting, testing, scheming, trying to figure out the best move possible to put themselves in position to go after a win at the World Center Racing and to rush from here to that start finish line. We'll see who does it best. We get going after the break.
Quite a big crowd on hands for the Summer Daytona event. Usually doesn't draw in anywhere near the crowd that the 500 does every year, but looks like a very good crowd on hand here for this one. Beautiful weather really all weekend. No rain was in the forecast for tonight. And yesterday it looked a little spotty before qualifying began, but they did get all of qualifying in for the Cup Series, all of qualifying in for the Xfinity Series and the entire Xfinity race. No interruptions. So great to see here on this Florida summer weekend nonetheless. So we went through the starting lineup for this race already. Now it's time to take a look at those point standings before tonight's race. A couple of key moments coming into the week. Denny Hamlin was docked 75 points with an L2 penalty earlier in the week, failing to meet NASCAR's expectations with the teardown of the engine from the Bristol race earlier this spring. It wasn't an 11-team issue necessarily. Had nothing really to do with the driver, the car, the crew chief, the car chief, anything of that nature. It was a TRD, Toyota Racing Development issue with their engines, and the mismanagement of that. They self-reported themselves to NASCAR, which gave them the lesser of the L2 penalty, which was still pretty steep. Again, a 75-point penalty, as well as 10 playoff point deduction. If Denny Hamlin were to not have won any more races outside of Bristol this year, then that win would not have locked him into the playoffs, but he did have 2 other wins this season. So Hamlin's still locked into the playoffs, but because of the loss of 10 playoff points, plus the 75-point penalty dropping him from 3rd to 6th in the standings, that will be a few playoff point loss as well if he can't make that ground up in the last 2 races. Again, 1 playoff point per position in the top 10, kind of similar to how stage points are laid out in stage 1 and 2 for each of the top 10 finishers at the end of the regular season. So dropping from 3rd to 6th is significant there for Denny. And again, he was in the race for the regular season title, which that award set of just 10 regular season points like these stages do. So a big increment difference there. Tyler Reddick, after his win at Michigan, did take the points lead a week ago. He is just 10 points ahead of Chase Elliott. And Larson, who was the points leader going into Michigan, got in that wreck at the end of stage 2. Didn't score a lot of stage points in the race despite qualifying well. And Larson now minus 32 points, sitting third. He would have been fourth if Hamlin had not had the penalty. Hamlin goes from 28 points back to now 103 out of first, so more than likely not going to win the regular season championship. Ryan Blaney, William Byron, fourth and fifth in the driver standings, but they're over a full race worth of points out with 2 to go in the regular season, so don't expect them to make a run at it either. So that's the battle for the driver standings. We'll get the battle for the playoff standings here in a moment. Here's more of the NBC booth prior to the start of the race.
Daytona Beach in the summertime is a great place to relax, but not if you're a NASCAR Cup Series driver tonight. There is no room to rest as the playoffs are looming, and there's an opportunity to get one of the biggest wins of your career at the birthplace of this sport. NBC Sports welcomes you to the NASCAR Cup Series from Daytona, and it's the Coke Zero 400. And it's a lovely night too, weather-wise. As the cars start to roll off pit road, let's check out tonight's starting grid, brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. And what a special accomplishment last night here at the World Center of Racing for Front Row Motorsports in that team's history. It's the first time they've ever had a front row sweep. Continue to look at the grid. You'll see your favorite drivers as we get closer to a start. We kick things off with Dave Burns. Dave-o?
So, Lee, on the lower right of that first page, you see Chase Elliott. And when your last name is Elliott, there are high expectations. Chase has met just about all of them. Remember the championship back in 2020? You bet. Here at Daytona, he won in 2016 in the Xfinity Series, but he does have that Cup win here at the World Center of Racing. Dad Bill, he's got 2 500s, and he's won this race twice. So Chase looking to win that race and up his chances to be the regular season champion after next weekend's race. Kim?
Well, Ryan Blaney starts in the 14th position and has the best average of all drivers on drafting tracks in the next gen car, including 4 wins. So, what's the goal for the defending champ here tonight? Crew Chief Jonathan Hassler told me they're trying something a little different this weekend than their other drafting races in an effort to learn and be better for Talladega in the playoffs, Parker.
Well, Kim, for Martin Truex Jr., who starts back in 17th, he has never won at a super speedway. Now in his final full-time season in the NASCAR Cup Series, I asked his team, what is it going to take? You've been so close before. They said, we've actually been working with him to make him more aggressive in the blocks that he's throwing to control the front of the field. They even added a rear view camera a couple months ago that he's using at a super speedway now to try and adjust to those huge blocks that get you and keep you up front, Marty.
Parker, over the last few years, the super speedway races have been much kinder to Alex Bowman. I asked him this afternoon, what's been the difference? He said, honestly, it's not being more aggressive. It's knowing when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive. I've done a much better job of that, and we've avoided all the chaos. Can he avoid it tonight? That's the big question. Bowman is already in the playoffs, Diff, with a big win in Chicago. He'd love to add Daytona to that list tonight.
Yeah, he'd love to go one better than what he did in the Daytona 500 earlier this year in February, wouldn't he, Marty? Hi, folks. Lee Diffie along with Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte, ready to go for this Coke Zero 400, and it's going to be a fun night. Jeff, when we think about super speedways, you always think about the speed. We're going to see 190 miles an hour here tonight. We think about the danger with 40 cars on track. As a driver, is that at the forefront of your mind, or you just got to switch that off and go into race mode, driver mode?
Well, first of all, you wake up this morning, you're excited. Excited, number one, because you win at this racetrack. But you are also nervous because of these types of events. When you race here, you know you can be minding your own business, doing everything right, and things like this happen. Look at Ryan Preece flip through the infield. And if you race here long enough, you're going to be in these types of wrecks. It's just a great chance it's going to happen. The only way to win this race is to be aggressive. The only way to get stage points is to be aggressive. Of course, this is the result if you're too aggressive.
And the weight of those moments are on the shoulders of the crew chiefs. You want to prepare a car safe for your driver, but don't let the speed, the danger, and these spectacular accidents fool you. To be successful at Daytona, it's also about execution. From on top of the pit box, on pit road, fuel mileage, pit strategy. Winning here is so special because of the history, but also, Lee, because what it takes a total team effort.
All right, sitting on the pit box is Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time Cup Series champion. Jimmy, want to go inside your mind and inside a driver's mind? What is the mindset going into a race like this?
Yes, that's for me. Logically, the fear is that it can happen. You think about that
before you get in the car. You fire the car up, you roll off the pit lane, and you're focused on the opportunity. Somebody's going to leave here with a trophy tonight. Somebody's going to get stage points. And most importantly, somebody can lock themselves in. So as a driver, you're thinking about the opportunity. You're thinking about what you want to execute and get done tonight.
Kyle Busch, can tonight be that night where he gets himself locked into the playoffs? Just 2 to go.
Yeah, the storylines are very long in this race of who could win and what it would do. And you're going to mention the playoffs, but I'm going to mention the third stat down, 19 straight seasons with a win, Death. I think that's more important for Kyle Busch than even making the playoffs. To be able to win 20 years in a row, he already holds the record. And it's been, 16 years since he's won at this racetrack. To do it back at the World Center of Racing would be just an unbelievable feat. And not to mention he's driving for RCR, who would love to get out of the news and a little bit of that shadow with Austin Dillon to get that second car win this year.
Steve mentioned playoffs, so let's get you up to speed and remind you of who is where. The drivers in yellow are locked in.
Yeah, we'll talk about that right now while it's on screen as well. 12 drivers locked into the playoffs with wins, 13 different winners. Of course, Austin Dillon's win at Richmond a couple of weeks ago. He was denied a playoff spot because of the antics resulting in that win on the final lap of the race. He was credited with the win in the record books, but not towards the playoffs, so he would still have to win these last 2 races to get in. Drivers that are locked in with a win, the other 12 would include 4 for Larson, 3 for Christopher Bell, 3 wins on the season for Denny Hamlin, 3 wins for William Byron, 2 wins for Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, and then 1 win apiece for Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski, Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez, Joey Logano, and Austin Cindric. 4 drivers above the cutoff line on points would include Martin Truex Jr. Plus 43 points for Ty Gibbs. Chris Buescher is above the cutoff line coming into this race as well, as he sits 16 points to the good. And Ross Chastain, final driver above the cutoff line, only 1 point to the good over Bubba Wallace. Wallace, first driver below that cutoff line, again, minus 1 point. And then the drivers behind him, Kyle Busch, minus 93 points. Must-win situation more than likely for him. And then everybody else behind him, Chase Briscoe would be 19th on the playoff grid, Todd Gilliland 20th. So that's kind of how the playoff standing outlook is as we are about to get the green flag dropped in this race. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so. Subscribe for more NASCAR content, live commentary for every NASCAR race weekend, for NASCAR Cup Xfinity truck races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying for the races I don't attend in person. Missed you last week being at the Michigan International Speedway. Proud to be back for this. Have a good one here tonight with each and every single one of you once again. Field doubled up, pace car on pit road, fans on their feet, waving their hats, waving their hands as the starter gets ready to wave the green flag. We're underway in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Michael McDowell on that front row, getting a good push from Joey Logano. We'll see if he hops up to the outside line in front of his teammate Todd Gilliland as soon as he gets a chance. 7 Ford starting in those top 7 positions in this race today. Trying to keep the field dominated here from the start. Again, only 35 laps in Stage 1 tonight. Stage splits 35, 60, and 65. Making up the full 160 lap, 400 mile distance. Team still getting up to speed as they enter turn 3. They'll be faster in that area of the racetrack the next lap by. We continue to stay great. Motorsport cars that started on the front row are still door-to-door for the race lead as they exit turn 4, enter the tri-oval. And Michael McDowell will lead the opening lap of the race from the pole. 8 1/1000ths of a second, McDowell led the first lap of the race tonight over teammate Todd Gilliland. A lot of pushing going on in the front stretch, and then Logano letting off of the back bumper into turns 1 and 2. Not as aggressive of a push on that outside line. A third line forming up near the wall, being led by the 3 car of Austin Dillon. He's got about 4 or 5 cars in line behind him, and they're just outside the top 15, trying to make headway on the back straightaways that continue to increase in numbers. It's already a lot of 3-wide racing going on just outside the top 10 positions. Shorter first stage. Remember, points racing is huge here for those 5 drivers on the bubble that are not locked into the playoffs and can point their way in. We'll keep an eye on those drivers all throughout the night. Again, those drivers being Martin Truex Jr., not Joe Gibbs, Ty Gibbs, Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain, and Bubba Wallace. Dillon's made it up to about the 7th row of cars now off the exit of turn 2. Seems like he's definitely getting a better push down the straightaway. One car pulls up in front of Dillon. Looks like it might have been... It's tough to tell who that is. A couple cars moving up in front of him, in fact. Looks like Brad Keselowski moved up in front of him. Same for Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott. Elliott hopped out of there as soon as Cindric pulled up in front of him, so Elliott's back in the middle group. And Cindric with Keselowski, 2 Fords lead the top. And you know they have to have fast cars this weekend. Qualified well. The Ford's always running well with the next-gen car here at Daytona as well. So Cindric trying to lead the outer lane. Top 8 cars, which would be the front 4 rows, nose to nose. In the bottom 2 lanes, and then that top lane would be from about 9th, 10th on back. Cindric getting a nice push from Keselowski again. The Ford bumpers lining up well with each other on the outside. Same on the bottom with Logano and McDowell. Priest Gillen, 2 Fords leading the middle groove of cars. Cindric now side by side with the 4th row of cars. Chase Elliott in the middle line below him, and William Byron all the way on the bottom. Big push from Keselowski to Cindric. 3 by 3 by 3 from about the 3rd row all the way through the back of the field. And we're only on lap 5 in this race. Wild start to this one here tonight at Daytona.
Yellow number 2, Brad Keselowski tucked in behind him, and then Austin Dillon. Daniel Suarez in the all-red Coca-Cola car. And that outside lane's got some momentum. Look at Keselowski pushing Cindric. Eight Fords near the front of this pack. Only the 24 of William Byron, the lone Chevrolet, trying to get in the mix. There's some separation here. McDowell has moved off that low line and opened it up for Joey Logano. Now moves back. Gilliland slots up, and here comes that high line again. Cindric being pushed continually by Keselowski and Dillon. Keselowski is the most aggressive pusher in the Cup Series. He does not mind getting your rear bumper and shoving you all the way down the straightaway. Logano knew he had to come low. Josh Berry in the 4. And then here comes William Byron and Kyle Larson in the 5. Larson yet to notch up a top 5 here. And he said, you know what? I think it's soon. I think it's close. I'm getting better and better at these tracks.
Whoa!
Side of Logano. It's 3-white with McDowell on the high line. Logano's experience showed he wanted to go to the bottom, just didn't have the confidence because he wasn't clear. Being stuck in the middle was not optimal, but it was his only option. 35 laps in this opening stage as we check in with Jimmy Johnson. What do you see that you like so far?
I love seeing that third line come together. And one thing that the third line will try to look for is when the other teams in the other 2 lanes are saving fuel, they'll get word. And the guys will jump up in the third lane, be able to run 100% throttle and work their way to the front. I thought that might have been taking place to start. Now it looks like they're just racing and the third lane is pushing harder than anyone else.
I think that's great analysis about the third lane pushing. You talked about Brad and how aggressive he is. He's now in the middle. But you can try to get a telltale from those flaps on the hood. When they get very, very close, they'll start to flap a little bit because the air pressure changed. Joey Logano, that second car in the middle, that bright yellow 22, his are the easiest to see. When he gets to the back bumper of the 6, you're going to see right here. You can also see how much the car moves around that's being pushed. You have to do it correctly. You know, every race here, we see a guy trying to push someone. They do it incorrectly that causes the wreck. Marty, what you got on the 22?
Well, Dip, to Jimmy's point a moment ago, I've heard a couple of spotters say it's nice to see the third lane working. They really could not get that going in the Daytona 500 in February. For Joey Logano, Jeff, he made a very interesting point to me. The stage here in stage 1 is a little bit shorter. He feels like he can race hard in this stage, but in stage 2 and 3, he'll have to play strategy a little bit. He told me the information he gains now may be the most important all night long. Why is that the case, Jeff?
Yeah, I think that goes for the driver as well as the teams. How much fuel is this car burning? Who can I push? Who? Because not every car is good at being pushed. Some cars don't drive well when they're being pushed. And some guys, when you're trying to push someone, your car doesn't drive well. So you've got to be able to be aggressive, stay in the throttle. Learning what changes you can make during this break is really important.
Josh Berry on that low line in the 4 and Brad Keselowski on the higher line at the front of this pack in the opening 10 laps of the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
A heart-throbbing start to this race. It is action-packed to say the least. Ton of lead changes sliding all over the place at the front of the pack to try to take the lead and set the pace in the early going. Nothing but Fords have led in this one and still locking up the top 7 positions, but still a lot of movement through this pack. 3 lines have been formed. 4 different drivers have led 1 time apiece. 4 lead changes in the first 10 completed laps of the race. Currently working lap 11 as we speak. Keselowski, the race leader as of right now. Brad Keselowski out in front. Joey Logano second. Michael McDowell third. Todd Gilliland fourth. Josh Berry fifth. Austin Cindric sixth. Chris Buescher seventh. William Byron eighth. Austin Dillon ninth. Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10. So that is the top 10 in the running order. As of right now, 25 to go, stage 1. And it is a NASCAR nonstop commercial break at the moment. All commercial breaks throughout the course of the race are NASCAR nonstop breaks during the green flag action. That will be the same also for Atlanta and Talladega for the NASCAR Cup and Xfinity races the rest of the year. So cool to see NBC doing that, testing it out for viewership ratings, and hopefully it goes well for them. And we can see this going forward at any race the remainder of their next TV schedule, which begins, of course, next season. We'll take our first ad break then while we're waiting for the broadcast to pick things back up on NBC. You're listening live to our full race coverage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona on KRC. Big blocks by Joey Logano on the back straightaway as he tries to hold on to the lead. Can't do it. Put in the middle lane now. 3 wide with Berry to the bottom. McDowell to the outside. Josh Berry's going to lead at the line this time by. And William Byron, the Daytona 500 winner from earlier this year, up to second. Larson in that bottom lane behind his teammate Byron as the Chevrolet start to move forward just a bit. Breaking up the Ford Brigade at the front of the field. Still no Toyotas up inside the top 10 positions. Only a couple weeks away from the next super speedway race at Atlanta. 1 race break before that as the Cup Series heads to Darlington for a crown jewel event in the Southern 500 next Sunday night on Labor Day weekend.
Josh Berry from Hendersonville, Tennessee is at the front of the pack, but momentarily as here comes the Daytona 500 winner, William Byron on the inside. Those are Hendrick teammates, William Byron, followed by Kyle Larson. You had already mentioned no top 5s for Larson at this racetrack and 20 starts there. I can't believe that's the only blemish on that man's racing record. That shot just shows you just how the lanes get blurred on that backstretch. So much movement left to right. A quick reminder that DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app, use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Stevie, with those numbers, who do you like the look of? Well, remember, even if you miss the start of the race, live bet. You can bet live during the event, and those are the numbers and right there. I think it's disrespect to Denny Hamlin, Blaney, Elliott. I know they don't have the track position right now, but at 12 to 1, you can't bet against that. That's a Ford, a Chevy, and a Toyota that I think will look good late in the race. How about that number 8 on the low line there at plus 700? That might be some good money. I don't know. I like the 22. Big push right there. Took the lead. McDowell gave him a shot.
use that to get by Josh Berry. You can see how wild it is back here. This is early in the race. But track position matters. And if you can get it now, you may have it the rest of the night. That's why it's been so aggressive.
Do you want me to make you feel better about those DraftKings numbers? Logano has led in the last 12 races here.
He's my guy. Interesting right here. Look at the little lines, the line starting on the top. Let's see what Joey Logano does if he just drags everybody to the top of the racetrack. Nope. He goes to the middle. Look at the. Let's see if he decides to do it. He does not. He's thinking that the 24 car, William Byron, can come give him a push. Blaney, he wants to be the guy behind Josh Berry.
Well, you see that bright yellow number 2 sitting 4th back here on the high side. Let's find out more about Austin Cindric. Here's Parker.
Right, Lee, and he's sort of been married to that top lane and sort of led it at times here. And I talked to Austin before this race about what it takes to be able to push and get pushed. He said, you got to make a choice between drivability and being able to take those pushes. We've worked really hard on this 2-car in terms of making a car that can drive and make big moves, but also accept big pushes and give them. We've seen that early on as he went straight to the front, but now being married to the top, David, looks like he might be falling back a little bit.
4th in line on the top, now 2nd in line on the top, the orange and blue car of Brad Keselowski. I asked his crew chief, Matt McCall, about that reputation of being one of the better pushers in the pack. He said, I don't know where he got that, but I do think that he knows he wants so he can sit in their car. That's what Brad wants in return. These drivers know that, and they know that's a good way to get to the front.
Well, he certainly pushed that number 17 on his inside. His teammate in the 5th third spot from RFK Racing, Chris Buescher, won this race a year ago and would dearly love to defend that victory.
Yeah, that's a great report from Parker Flickerman about setups on the race cars as a 3-wide battle for the lead continues. You can set your car up so that it does accept pushes, so it's not as unstable when somebody gets to the back of your car. But when you do that, Steve, you make sacrifices in speed. The car does not go as fast by itself, but you do that because you know you're going to get pushed all night. You know that's what it's going to take to run the front. And some teams will make that consideration.
And when I'm watching out of Joey Logano, it's really hard to keep the lead. That was some aggressive blocking last time down the backstretch, and they still ended 3 wide on the front stretch. And we'll take the look again. What does Logano do? He's going to have a little energy on the upper lane. He's going to take this push from his teammate, Ryan Blaney. This time down the backstretch, very conservative.
Look at Josh Berry in that blue number 4.
I think speedway racing is even more difficult when the runs happen like this. They don't take a lap to generate. I mean, you could go from backing up to going forward in just a few hundred yards.
Berry sits 2nd in the Rookie of the Year standings, by the way. And he led his first laps in his first Daytona 500 earlier this year. Every time in my car on a track like this is a learning experience. And no better learning, Jeff, than being at the front of this pack.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity to understand if you get in this situation at the end of this race, what do you need to do? Who can you push? Who do you like being pushed by?
A second quick look at which drivers are on the move, brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Have a look at Eric Jones, who had a hiccup yesterday in qualifying and has made up 22 positions.
Yeah, basically had a sensor, just like your car at home. These NASCAR vehicles have sensors in different situations. The car at wide open throttle, the sensor said he was also pushing the brake. That's like a safety thing. Thinking like a hung throttle, the car shut off in qualifying. I talked to crew chief Dave Ellens. He thought that they had it cured, but it's going to be a good feeling to see it run a solid 21 laps. Eric was Jimmy, the owner on the pit box, says we feeling good that the car has moved up that many spots.
Eric won here 6 years ago when he was with JGR. He'd love to repeat that. How about these front row Fords, Jeff, up on the high line? They sit 20th and 21st in the playoff standings. This could be a night that changes either Todd Gilliland or Michael McDowell's year.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland, we are seeing him toward the front of the pack very often, not just on these types of racetracks. But this is the best opportunity, right? They run well, but they don't have quite the speed to win races at a Charlotte or a Darlington next week. But here, with the speed they have in qualifying, Jimmy, there is no question they have it tonight.
Yeah, they really do. Those guys they've shown great speed, and I would say that the Fords in general have really shown their strength on flick tracks. But I appreciate the shout out on the 43. Certainly a stressful night for us trying to figure out what was going on with that electrical gremlin. As you mentioned, Steve, the sensor went wrong and it claimed that Eric had 2,200 pounds of brake pressure with the wide open throttle. So got it sorted out.
I will tell you that if he had 22 pounds of brake pressure, then whatever the Legacy Motor Club gym program is working, that's a lot of leg strength. That's a fun conversation. I promise. Most of any of the drivers, we're into the second half of stage one.
12 laps left in stage one at the Daytona International Speedway. Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski up at the front of the field alongside Ryan Blaney in the top few positions. We'll go in the actual order of the top 10. Last time by at the line, Todd Gillen actually was able to score back to the race lead. Michael McDowell second, Brad Keselowski third, Austin Cindric fourth, Josh Berry fifth, sixth for Austin Dillon, Joey Logano seventh, William Byron eighth, Daniel Suarez ninth, Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10. In 11th place is Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain 12th, Kyle Larson 13th, Bubba Wallace 14th, Alex Bowman 15th, Kyle Busch 16th, Denny Hamlin 17th, Daniel Hemrick 18th, 19th for Kyle Busch, Ty Gibbs 20th, BJ McLeod 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Corey LaJoie 24th, Chase Elliott 25th, Martin Truex Jr. 26th, 27th for Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 28th, Parker Retzlaff 29th, and Harrison Burton 30th, John Hunter Nemechek 31st, 32nd for Cody Ware, Shane Van Gisbergen 33rd, 34th Noah Gragson, Zane Smith 35th, 36th for Chase Briscoe, Austin Hill 37th, 38th Carson Hocevar, Ryan Preece 39th, and Joey Gase rounds out the field. Gase the only car that was not able to maintain speed with the lead pack. Quite a few drivers are off the lead pack. It looks like the top 25 are racing up at the front of the field, and then there's about a little over half a second difference between 25th, 26th, which is where Truex runs, and a much bigger pack that's just kind of hanging out well behind the leaders. 2.7 seconds on back as Stenhouse in 28th. So those guys just trying to stay out of harm's way if we get a caution late in the stage, which we tend to see cautions late in the stages on these super speedway races. So if we were to see the big one, it could happen here over the next 10 laps. Get 10 laps to go in this stage as of right now. And it is definitely going to be a wild finish to this one. Track for the lead, currently 9 to go this time by. Lost his drafting partner. Cindric went to the outside instead behind Gillen. Gillen leads this lap at the line. Josh Berry fell forward, still behind Keselowski on the bottom. Keselowski now finds himself in the middle, and Berry leads the bottom lane on the double yellow line.
Nine laps left in this opening stage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400, and it's 3 across the backstretch. Josh Berry down on that low line, Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric. It's a very Ford-heavy top 10 with just a few Chevys thrown in there. Lead Toyota is Bubba Wallace back in 12th position.
Cindric just took the lead, and when he did, the whole track was wide open. He could have gone all the way to the bottom. Look at the contact in the wall with Cindric off of 4. I think Gilbert was pushing him really hard.
Right rear tire, everything looks okay. We had a couple flat tires last night in the Xfinity Series in the middle of the packs. They all kind of got away with it. Take a look at this. Oh, you saw the fire out the pipes too, so that backfire is clear indication that he's out of the throttle. Teammates are working nicely on the low line here. Ryan Blaney, the reigning series champion, pushing Joey Logano in the 22 with Josh Berry out in front. But let's go back to Blaney, talk more about that. Here's Kim.
Yeah, Lee, the last 2 months, they've really flexed their muscle on the 12 team and showed that they could go back-to-back Ford championships. But right now, Brian keeps saying, the bar gets and take a listen till the team. So again, Ryan Blaney very frustrated. Parker with the car cannot do what he wants to in the draft.
Well, that's not the case for Josh Berry as he leads here at the front of this field, and he only has a handful of super speedway starts in the Cup Series. So I asked him, how have you adjusted to racing the Cup Series? Who have you talked to for advice? He said, well, of course, I've talked to Dale Jr. Obviously, drove for him in the Xfinity Series. He said, but one big problem talking to Dale, he makes it sound so easy. There's nothing easy about super speedway racing in the Cup Series. The field is so deep. Every move has to be perfect. He's done a great set of moves here in this first stage. And Jeff, I wonder when you were running 60 years racing, great advice, but it's hard to execute just getting out there and learning.
Well, it really is, and everybody's cars are different as well. You know, if your car isn't real fast and you try to do with that car what guys can do with their fast car, you end up in the back because you make moves that don't work. And then when you do have that fast car, that's when you have to take every run. That's when you have to be super aggressive with it.
And you know, Lee, I was fortunate enough to crew chief as we see a big
Oh.
block on the 4. I thought he was going all the way to the top for both Jeff Gordon and Dale Jr. And I learned that this was really an art form because their styles were very different. Their success rates very similar, yet they did it different ways. How long does it take to get that comfort? Or do you ever get that comfort, Jeff?
Well, I think you gain confidence in your abilities, what you're good at, and you understand what you're not good at. What you never gain comfort in is that you're not going to be in a wreck. I mean, it is a good opportunity. Every time you come here, you're going to be in a wreck, and they all know that. That's all on their minds right now.
This is the Coke Zero Sugar 400, crisp, refreshing, and irresistibly tasty. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? So, Logano, Blaney, a frustrated Blaney, as Kim mentioned, and we heard him on the radio express that pretty clearly. Then the 5 of Kyle Larson, the 8 of Kyle Busch. Keselowski leads that middle row. Berry looking to go around him and go to that high side. And Chris Buescher and William Byron just watching what's happening. As you see on the top left, 4 to go in this stage. Not only is there a reward with points, but this is a dress rehearsal. This is what you're going to see at the end of this race. This is great work for the drivers and the spotters to kind of learn exactly where they think they need their car in the closing laps.
Look at Buescher in the middle of this racetrack. He's one of those guys trying to race himself into the playoffs. He needs these stage points. And right behind him is Bubba Wallace. He also needs stage points.
Still the lead Toyota, and he's got himself inside the top 10, trying to push William Byron now. As Busch has gone to that high line behind Berry and Keselowski. 3 to go from here in stage 1.
Berry pulled up in front of Buescher in that outside line. That happened. The 23 of Bubba Wallace got back in front of Buescher.
Let's take a ride with thanks to Cheddar's with Kyle Busch. Have a look, have a listen. This has been a fascinating opening stage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. And we've got 1.5 laps to go. Before stage points are awarded, everybody has a better feel of their car now and these conditions on a warm night here in Daytona. After tonight, when the checkered flag falls, 1 race left. Darlington next week before we go into the playoffs.
How aggressive are the pushers going to get now that we're coming to 1 to go? See Buescher in that 17 car right behind Berry in that 4. Here comes the push down the front straightaway. Let's go of him into the corner so he doesn't spin him out.
This has been a really clever and sophisticated opening stage from Wallace and Buescher as they've just very carefully worked their way forward. And now look at Buescher pushing Berry in the 4. Final lap of stage 1. Pushes him out and jumps to the high side, but no help for the 17. The 4 likes this, but he doesn't want to get too far out. There'll be one more run coming off the nose of this, too. A big push coming to the 17.
Busher had to put a big block.
He's got it.
Josh Berry
Woo!
wins stage 1, and he has been at the front ever since the start. And how cool is that? His first ever stage win, and he does it at the World Center of Racing. Had his first Daytona 500 earlier this year, led his first laps, and now he's won his first stage in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona.
About 3 wide at the line there between Berry, Logano, and Busher for the stage win. Josh Berry wins the stage. He's in a must-win situation if he's going to make the playoffs, though, here tonight. But, hey, if he does win, he's got an extra playoff point to boot. So a good start to the night for him. All Fords in the top 8 positions as they continue to dominate this race at the front of the field. I don't think we've seen a non-Ford lead a lap yet. And everybody should come to pit road during the stage break as nobody has been to pit road yet. Stage 1 going caution-free through the first 35 laps. Of course, the stage yellow being the first caution of the night. Joey Logano led for 13 laps, most of anybody in the race. Berry for 8, who won stage number 1. Pole sitter Michael McDowell led for 5 laps, 5 for Gillen, 4 for Keselowski. And I guess William Byron did lead 1 lap in there. He's the only Chevy to lead at least a lap in the race. New York Racing's Joey Gase will get the free pass at the stage yellow. He was the only driver a lap down, so all 40 cars will be back on the lead lap to begin stage 2. Along with the 6 drivers who have led at least 1 lap in the race, in just the 35 laps that we've had so far, we've already seen 14 lead changes in this 400-mile event, or average race speed of 186.27 miles per hour, and a little less than a half hour to get through stage 1 here in this one. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as well. You're listening live on KRC, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Wallace, the top finishing Toyota driver in 12th. Only bubble driver to get stage points in stage 1 was Busher, who gets 8 points for finishing 3rd. Wallace, Chastain, both outside the top 10. They came in 1 point apart from each other. Gibbs outside the top 10, as well as Truex. $42 likes on the stream so far. Be sure to hit the like button again if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as well, as we keep this live commentary coverage rolling at the Daytona International Speedway. And Josh Berry, your stage 1 winner. First career stage win, so obviously first of the season in his rookie campaign for Berry in that 4 car. Berry came into the race tonight 23rd in the point standings overall. 2 top 5s, 4 top 10 finishes. He's had 60 DNFs, so far this year. 82 laps led for Berry, so 18 laps led in tonight's race will get him to 100 on the season. Pit road is open, and we have our first stops.
Pit stop's about to happen after the end of stage 1. If Joey Logano wanted to learn in stage 1, he learned he has one of the best cars in the field. A little bit too tight on entry, Parker. He said that hurts him when he wants to push others.
Similar story for his teammate there at the top right of your screen, Austin Cindric. He was happy with the race car finishing 4th in the stage. He was told to go on the jacks. They will not wait on fuel. Bottom left of your screen, Josh Berry, stage winner, first stage win of the year. Just getting a little loose. They'll make an air pressure adjustment for that, kid.
Bottom right, Chris Busher, he said he didn't quite have what he needs off the right rear, but no major issues. He said, let's leave it, so no adjustments, just 4 fresh Goodyear tires, no fuel for Chris Busher.
Opening round of stop start. Josh Berry with the maximum stage points over Joey Logano and Chris Busher. What a start.
All right, so Joey Logano is going to win the race off of pit road, and he'll take over the race lead when we get back to racing here. I don't think anybody stayed out. We do go green all the way through stage 2. They will have to pit for fuel at some point against 60 laps in stage 2, 65 in stage 3 here tonight at the Daytona. And again, in the Atlanta playoff opener, which will be the second weekend. Well, technically, it would be the first full weekend of September. Labor Day will be on the 1st of September this year. So next weekend's Southern 500 technically taking place in August. But needless to say, those guys We're fighting for those last couple playoff spots. We'll have at least a couple drivers clinch their way on points. But a win, obviously, is the easy guarantee here tonight. I say easy, but the way the racing has been so far, you're going to have to go at it and work very hard for the win here in this one. Two cars did stay out of the pits entirely there, and that was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and BJ McLeod. So even though Logano won the race out of the pits, he is currently scored in third. We'll wait to see if that is correct on our leaderboard. They get to the start-finish line this next time by. Our leaderboard updates every time the race leader hits the timing line, which is the start-finish line on the front stretch. You can still vote for who you think is going to win tonight's race. We close the voting poll at the end of Stage 2 during these live commentary streams. Other shout-outs to those of you watching who I haven't been able to shout out yet. We got Yogi Bear in the chat. Hopefully he brought his picnic basket. Jeff Curry. John Barber, thanks for tuning in. Andrew Hollenbach. Favorite Nebraskan is back. Yeah, welcome back, man. F1 Edits, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Karina Corona. Charles Maxwell, saw you guys in the stream just before the race started. Try to look at the chat as much as I can during the times I'm playing the audio or during, you know, a caution flag period like right now. Oh, wow, we got a car on fire on pit road. Daniel Suarez.
Daniel Suarez standing on the wrong side of the pit wall because there was a pretty scary moment in his Coca-Cola Zero Chevrolet. Take a look at this.
Wow.
The 99 returning to pit road after his original pit stop. And the car erupts into flames. On his pit stop, there was some fire during the pit stop, but we have seen that before where a spark will catch a little bit of excess fuel on fire. But this is much more severe than that. I don't know if fuel got spilled into the trunk area and it caught on fire, but as he got closer and closer to pit road, you see just how severe the fire gets. Daniel waited to be told to get out. Jeff, I would be instantly out of the car. Marty.
Yeah, Steve, I think right now there's more questions than answers. A lot of people are saying, what exactly happened? I had asked Matt Swiderski, the crew chief, do you know what happened? And he just kind of threw up his hands as if he did not know what happened. Daniel did get out of the car. You saw that a moment ago. He came behind the pit box, sat down for a few moments, and now he is up there talking to the team. I think everybody's just trying to figure out exactly how that happened. But I've never, Steve, seen a car this disintegrated here on pit road. I mean, completely burned up on the back end of this Coca-Cola machine.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions from the team. I guarantee there's going to be a lot of questions from NASCAR. You see the melted parts and pieces of the car. The entire tail panel.
The tires melted.
The official looking in the trunk now.
The rims.
Confirming everything is connected.
The rims are melted down.
Daniel was circulating, and it was somewhat controlled, and all of a sudden it just exploded. Thankfully, he was able to get out of the car to safety.
Don't see those types of... I guess before Suarez came onto pit road with his fiery car, BJ McLeod also did come back into the pits. He had stayed out before that. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the only driver who stayed out on the racetrack during that caution flag period. Dark Crypto, thanks for just tuning in as well here tonight. Yep, Josh Berry won stage 1 in this one, led 8 laps. A couple more during the caution as well, as now he has reached 9 laps led. And now Logano's back out in front. So Stenhouse and McLeod both pitting a couple laps after pit road open. I think that's just them trying to hang out at the back of the field for the start of this race. They've been 2 cars that have been off the lead draft, just kind of waiting around for the big one to happen, knock a few extra cars out of the race. Hopefully they're not in it. That's the strategy they're going with for the start here. It could be another reason why they qualified so deep in the field, too. Maybe more so for Stenhouse than McLeod, because we had seen, again, Stenhouse qualify on the pole here at Daytona with the next gen in 2022. Well, that wasn't a next gen race. Usually see a little bit more speed out of that 47 car prior to the actual start of the race. Walt's the only Toyota in the top 10, currently in 7th place. Next highest running Toyota in the field is Christopher Bell back in 15th. 1-2 finish for Joe Gibbs Racing in the Xfinity race last night. Congratulations to Ryan Truex getting his 3rd career Xfinity win, 2nd of the season in just 8 races as he runs part-time in the 20 car. 6th win of the season for the 20 team in the Xfinity Series with 4 different drivers. He's the only other driver to win more than once other than Nemechek. John Hunter, that is. And Chandler Smith finished 2nd in that 1-2 finish as well, after qualifying on the pole. Yeah, Suarez out for the day. You could say I maybe cursed him. He was one of the don't have picks this weekend. I was 41-11 with my record. And there's another one, so now I'm 42-11. Hate to see him go out like that. But, man, you want to talk about a terrible track record at Daytona. Daniel Suarez
And
continues on.
Take up to 25% now. Odds.com. Welcome back to Daytona. Lee Diffie, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton with you. Jeff, let's have a look at what went down in the 99 pit.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez, he is watching a replay from their pit cam. There's a cam that hangs over top of their pit. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like everything's clean so far on the stop, and then the 99's waiting on gas. The 11 goes to leave. A little bit of fuel on the ground right here, and then it looks to be right there.
Oh,
the backfire out the pipes of the 11 ignites the fuel on the ground. It chases forward and into the trunk of the 99.
Wow.
Crazy situation as we...
That was a weird circumstance there, to say the least. Never seen that in my life. Joey Logano leads the race on the front row here. A bunch of Fords again at the front of the field. Buescher inside of row 1. And on the outside behind Logano, he's got his teammate Austin Cindric to help push. And stage 1 winner Josh Berry also in that outer lane. We had a lot of 3-wide racing for pretty much the early laps onward to where we are currently. Only about 6 or 7 cars down on the bottom. A lot more sporadic down there, not as organized together as the top lane of the racetrack. Logano all clear into 3 and 4. Still side by side for second, though, between Buescher and Cindric. Chastain up in the top 5 for the first time tonight. A lot of 2-tire pit stops for the drivers that did win their races off of pit road. Lap number 8 at the start-finish line this time by. Logano leads the opening green flag lap of stage number 2. Buescher back to the inside of Logano for the lead once again, and turns 1 and 2. Here's Suarez on pit road with, oh no, I exited out of it. What'd I do? I don't know what I did. Something happened. I hit the Netflix button by accident on my my Roku TV remote. I'm trying to get back to Hulu. No! We're going to miss that interview. I apologize for that. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I've lost the race. I fat-fingered it.
We drop a little bit of fuel.
There you go.
It was a situation there between the 11 and the 21. I couldn't move, and the flyer just caught in the fuel, and I was right there, and they caught in in the back of my car where the fuel cell is, and we're just about to.
Yeah, just glad to see that Daniel was okay. They are indeed done for the evening, Jeff.
And just to reiterate something that Suarez...
Well, that interview kind of went on a little longer than I was expecting. We caught the tail end of it, but that was it. Again, I apologize for that. I've accidentally hit my Netflix button on my Roku remote. There's like 4 buttons down at the bottom. There's a Netflix, a Hulu, Roku. I don't know how I hit that. Somehow I hit it with my hand before I hit the volume button, so whoops. Old technical error there. Back to racing, though. 51 laps to go yet in stage 2. Again, everybody will have to pit for fuel and tires at some point in this stage. Chris Buescher still hanging out on the bottom. Quickly back to 3 wide, though. Only took about a lap and a half to 2 full green flag laps to get back to 3 by 3 all the way through the field once more. We haven't really seen this top lane of the racetrack work with this 3-wide race in the next-gen era for this long of a period of time like we've seen pretty much this entire race so far. in the next-gen era at Daytona. Saw it a little bit earlier in the year when they were saving gas, but in the non-fuel strategy, stage 3, we didn't see that third line forming again. Not the case here today. It is a racer's race so far. Bubba Wallace to the inside of Logano for the lead. No Toyota has led a lap so far, until Wallace actually led that last lap at the start-finish line by 35 one-thousandths of a second over Logano, and Wallace is easily clear off turn 2. RFK Ford's on the bottom of the track, drafting forward as two Penske Fords draft forward on the outside. Wallace picks the outside lane. Logano got a good push from the 2. And the 6 pushes the 17 back to the inside of the 23 into turn 3. Lap 12 at the start-finish line this time by at the Daytona International Speedway. Now only 5 cars down on the double yellow line to still make it 3 wide at the moment. With that 3 wide action going on a little bit outside the top 10. Well, now Briscoe's working forward a little bit. Briscoe, Hemrick, Elliott, Austin Hill, Corey LaJoie are the 5 cars on the inside line. Chastain with a big move back into the middle groove in front of Larson. Now he's the 3rd car in that middle lane. Elliott gets out of the bottom as well. Now it's just Briscoe, Hemrick, LaJoie, and Hill. Wallace still clear for the lead off turn 4, lap 13, stage 2 this time by. Buescher clear for second, but stays on the bottom. Logano, Cindric coming back with a huge run on the top again.
Hey, Stevie, riddle me this. You're talking fuel strategy. You're up there, you're up front, you're saving fuel. How far back can you be and have it play out on the pit stop?
You know, Jimmy, that's a great question. This is a new phenomenon. I've studied all the races, and it looks to me that the sweet spot is like 10th to 16th. If you can be somewhere just outside the top 10, you can stay close enough to the leaders that the 6/10 of a second, 8/10 of a second you gain on pit road results in track position. If you get behind 16th or 18th, even though you saved a tremendous amount of fuel, you can't shorten the pit stop enough. So, unfortunately, though, Diff, that's where 16th is. It's about row 5 in the middle. So, you know, great for fuel savings, not so good for a safe ride.
Pretty good run from Daniel Hemrick as well. He's up 21 positions. He's the 2nd car on that low line, that multicolored 31. This is a really promising run.
Look at the shot by Joey Logano. When you talk about not handling well, this is the moment. It's like turbo. The 23 is going into turn 3 now, 5-6 miles an hour faster than he does all day. That's when your car has to still handle well, Jeff.
Yeah, when you're right, and the car always seems to get loose getting into turn 3 with that added speed.
And look who's arrived on the scene as Chase Briscoe is at the front. Look who's arrived on the scene on that low line, 4 cars back, number 7. Corey LaJoie for Spire. He's there. Let's take a ride with him. Thanks to Celsius, he gave us that really scary moment last week in Michigan. It'll be on the highlight reels forever. And this guy, it's all or nothing. Steve, you mentioned it right at the top of the show. Those drivers who have got nothing to lose, he's one of them.
Yeah, no ride at Spire next year. The news has been announced. He's not returning. No other further information, so we don't know where he's going to drive. But one thing that's for sure, winning fixes everything top to bottom. And for the 7 and Corey LaJoie, a great run would add to his resume for any prospective team looking at him.
Let's talk more about the 7. Here's Parker.
Right, guys, you mentioned he's sort of in that win position.
Chase Briscoe leads that lap of the line back to 3 by 3 through the field again, as it was kind of, I wouldn't say tame necessarily, but there were only 5 cars on the bottom for a couple of laps. That is not the case anymore. It is a full field of cars up at the very front. The top 27 positions separated by just 9.5 of a second. Unbelievable. Couple cars lingering at the very tail end of the field, and a few more a couple seconds off the lead. Daniel Suarez, only car out of the race after his car caught fire in the midst of the pit stops in stage 1. During the stage 1 break, I should say, specifically under the yellow flag period. Wallace Briscoe side by side at the front of the field. And for those drivers right on the bubble of the playoff cut line, obviously if somebody below the cutoff line were to win tonight, that would bump another driver behind. Really, there's now. It'll be interesting to see if that will actually stay true. If we don't see an upset winner both this weekend and next weekend in the Southern 500 at Darlington. We've seen some upset winners over the years at Darlington as well, so including even in the next gen era, Eric Jones winning there with RPM in the 43 car just 2 years ago. Oh, that race took care of itself in the playoffs at the time, so it wasn't worth a playoff spot necessarily, but still career win for Eric Jones, 1 of 3. And the only one he's had in that 43 car since going to what is now Legacy Motor Club. Wallace led that lap by a little less than a half a car length as Buescher side drafts his way back to the inside of the 23 car, door to door for the lead into turns 1 and 2. Keselowski in the middle groove behind the 17 still to this point. Full field running order run down right now. Bubba Wallace leader last time by at the line. Chris Buescher second. Joey Logano third. Brad Keselowski fourth. Austin Cindric fifth. Josh Berry sixth. Ross Chastain seventh. Todd Gilliland eighth. Kyle Larson ninth. Michael McDowell 10th. Chase Briscoe 11th, Harrison Burton 12th, Kill 16th, John Hunter Nemechek 17th, Chase Elliott 18th, Corey LaJoie 19th, and Denny Hamlin 20th. Ty Gibbs 21st, Noah Gragson 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, William Byron 24th, Ryan Preece 25th, Christopher Bell 26th, 27th for Justin Haley, Tyler Reddick 28th, Alex Bowman 29th, and Martin Truex Jr. 30th. Cody Ware 31st, 32nd for Zane Smith, BJ McLeod 33rd, Austin Dillon 34th, Parker Retzlaff 35th, Shane Van Gisbergen 36th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 37th, Carson Hocevar 38th, Joey Gase 39th, and again, only car off the racetrack, Daniel Suarez finishing last and 40th here tonight. Average speed of 161.71 miles per hour. Only caution was the stage 1 break. 50 green flag, 50 minutes into this race since the drop of the green flag at the start of the night. 54 laps complete, 106 still to go. As of right now, 42 laps left yet in stage 2. Still a little bit outside the field window to make it to the end from right here. Imagine these teams probably going to go as far as they can before pitting, just in case we were to get a caution inside the field window, then they can just pit and top off during the yellow flag period. Buescher trying to clear walls for the lead. He had a chance to move up, but didn't do so at the time. Still, NASCAR nonstop commercial break. We'll take our third break of the race. You're listening live on KRC. Just a few cars down on the bottom lane, 3 wide now, mostly 2x2. Wallace leads the field in the middle groove still, what is technically the bottom of the 2 preferred lines, of course. Bottom groove on the double yellow line, though, has dissipated in numbers a couple of times during this current green flag run in the middle of stage 2. See that at all throughout stage 1.
Quick reminder to download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car camera, and radio broadcast, and upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels and completely ads-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store, download, and start a free trial. Bubba Wallace from 2311 leads the way, and he's a lone Toyota in a sea of Fords and a couple of Chevys, but he's out there doing it well from Chris Buescher, the defending race winner here of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Joey Logano comes up on his outside. But for Buescher, he's trying to confirm his spot in the playoffs. So too is Bubba Wallace, and he's getting a big old push from his teammate Brad Keselowski.
While that car, white car with the black roof on the bottom, Corey LaJoie, he went to the bottom. In a lap and a half, he has gained a ton of track position. He's making it work.
As you've seen in our coverage this year, we go embedded with a couple of teams. And let's join Kim Kuhn. And which team are you with this week, Kim?
I am with the 3 of Austin Dillon and Gaston and Tyler Rader. in 2013 and a Daytona 500 victory in 2018, but a chance visit to RCR in 2018 by a Special Forces member would put Tyler's NASCAR career on hold. That Special Forces member told the pit crew they would be able to handle the military training. So Tyler said that lit a fire under his butt. He felt like everyone should serve in some capacity and needed to answer the call. In 2019, Tyler left the team to serve as a fire team leader in the 75th Ranger Regiment of the U.S. Army. After finishing his service, the three teams welcomed him back with open arms. This year's Daytona 500 marked his return to pit road for the first time in 5 years, and Marty, now a copy of the Ranger Creed, stays.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They won a Daytona 500 together, but Tab Boyd is not the star in the Boyd household. No, that belongs to young 10-year-old Bentley Boyd, who is, get this, ranked 3rd in the country in American Ninja Warrior competition and 7th in the world. Tab told me his biggest contribution to all this is building their obstacle course in their backyard, which takes up pretty much the entire backyard. There you can see that all hand-built by Tab. And yes, he does plan on being an American Ninja Warrior once he turns 15, when you can be on television right here on NBC, Dip. I'm not sure there are many 10-year-olds in the world that are more in shape than adults, but I bet Bentley Boyd is, Lee.
Well, Matt Eisman, one of the hosts of American Ninja Warrior, is a good mate of mine, so I'll tell Matt about that. Keep an eye out for Tab and the family. Good stuff.
I'm feeling kind of bad about the stuff I built for my kids.
That swing set.
That was next level.
With thanks to Little Bites, Biggie Muffins. This is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. What a win would do for him tonight. Incredible. And he fits into that category. Oh, here we go. Chastain's involved. Noah Gregson. Eric Jones.
Ah, there's the big one. There's the big one.
Such a calm point in the race. It was too wide or single file, and all of a sudden, chaos.
Look at Noah Gregson. Bowman's involved. Truex gets going again. Ty Gibbs in the 54. And Corey LaJoy, who was having such a great run.
He's stuck. All the tires are
Dan
down.
Hamlin. Bad week for the 11. The points penalty and now an accident early. Let's see what happens, Jeff.
Oh, Noah.
Ouch. That was a
Noah
hard
was
hit.
getting pushed and lost control. Then he goes to the left. That's what it looked like to me. He just immediately shot to the left. Here you go. Being a big push by from Corey right here. Shoves him to the left. He has to correct it. Then he comes down across the racetrack in front of Corey.
That took out a lot of cars.
And that's what we talked about earlier. You can push and you can shove, but when you don't do it correctly and you get it wrong just by a little bit, you mistime it, this is what happens. Here you go. Watch the 7, the 10 to 1. The 10 is against the 1. The 7 starts pushing him. There's nowhere for the 10 to go.
There was about 10 cars involved in that. As we are midway through stage 2, and it's happened.
Crazy. The big one taking out quite a few cars in the middle of the pack on the back straightaway at lap 60. Still in the first half of this race and still in the early half of stage 2. Weird to see this point. Corey LaJoy bump drafting Gregson right off the exit of turn 2. Gregson gets loose, makes contact with the one car that was on the bottom lane of the racetrack underneath him. That slung him right back up into the field there, and unfortunately bringing out a caution. So with this caution, of course, this is our second of the day. Our first caution for incident, though, in this race. Quite a few cars taken out. Once we get the list of cars that were involved, I'll let you know. We don't have the full list yet. NASCAR still sorting through that. It'll be interesting to see exactly how many cars we're going to have on the lead lap following this crash. But imagine it probably won't be many. Grand scheme of things. Unbelievable. Bubba Wallace scored the race leader at the time of the caution. Chris Buescher second, Brad Keselowski third, Joey Logano fourth, Austin Cindric fifth, Josh Berry sixth, Shane Van Gisbergen seventh, Todd Gilliland eighth, Michael McDowell ninth, Cody Ware 10th. So many cars were involved in that crash. The ones that we know that are off the lead lap at the moment from this incident: Denny Hamlin, Ryan Preece, Corey LaJoie, Alex Bowman, Noah Gragson, Ross Chastain, and Martin Truex Jr. are all at least off the lead lap. And there were a lot more than that were collected in the accident as well. It's weird. I mean, we had all that three-wide race and all the slingshots going on, and the one time we didn't have that is when the wreck took place. There was a lot of cars that had quite a bit of damage at the very least from this crash.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Straight Talk Wireless. And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance by visiting progressive.com. Great crowd here at the World Center of Racing on an 81-degree evening here in Florida.
That's warm at night.
As we're under caution. And Denny Hamlin. This is a week that just went sideways with the engine penalty to the 11 team, where a loss of driver and playoff points, and now his problems are compounded by this crash where there was at least 18 cars involved.
I was watching again. So the 7 of Corey LaJoie, he gets to the 10. Push there is fine, but now there's nowhere for him to go. And when he pushed him, he got into the right rear quarter panel, the car underneath him. He had to turn back to the right. The 7 was there. Big mess. Right there he turns. There was definitely some damage here, guys. But I'm surprised more cars didn't get in this wreck. It's very fortunate they didn't.
All right, let's find out more in the aftermath of this. Let's kick it off with Marty Snyder. Marty?
The unpredictability Lee of Daytona strikes again. Ross Chastain came in +1 above the cut line, and now they have a damaged race car. Phil Surgeon told us, guys, we cannot go down a second lap, so time very limited here to work on the car, and they're worried about the front splitter.
Well, you can see it sparking right there as it
Yeah.
drives the racetrack. It'll be very hard for the one to get the minimum speed. That's what's required to get yourself off the damaged vehicle policy. And now this, for the front of the field, is a straight-up call. Everybody will come to pit road and fill up with fuel. 33 laps to go, so inside a window, Marty.
And Joey Logano comes to pit road. An important note for the 22 team. With Denny Hamlin out of the race, they now have a clear opening out. Fuel only handling better, Parker.
For Austin Cindric, who pits from the 5th position, very happy that race car fuel only. Biggest problem for them, they have no internet in their box. They're not able to do pit code. Yeah.
Bottom left, Chris Buescher looking to defend his win. Fuel only also for Buescher. Dave.
No tires ready for the leader, Bubba Wallace. He just gets some fuel and he's out of here.
Good stop from Keselowski, who raced him off. Here is the race off pit road. Buescher gains 1. His teammate gains 1. Wallace lost 3, and it's not a great story for the 9 Napa Chevy of Chase Elliott. He's behind the wall. Back in a moment.
Waiting to sort out the leaderboard when they get back to the start-finish line this next time by, yeah, quite a few cars definitely taken out from this crash. About a quarter of the field going to be DNF from that crash alone. Some of which are still going to have to try to clear the damaged vehicle policy clock. The ones that we know that have DNF from the crash would include Ryan Preece, Denny Hamlin, Corey LaJoie, Noah Gragson, Chase Elliott. And there are a couple other cars off the lead lap. Drivers who were involved in the incidents, quite a few of them. Ross Chastain, Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Preece, Alex Bowman, William Byron, Chase Elliott, Eric Jones, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Daniel Hemrick, Corey LaJoie, Ryan Blaney, Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, John Nemechek, Noah Gragson, and Christopher Bell. 17 cars. 17 cars in total were involved in the crash, listed by NASCAR. And only 31 of which are scored on the lead lap as of right now. The only car out of the race for that was Daniel Suarez, whose car caught on fire during the Stage 1 break. So the battle for the regular season championship, Chase Elliott's out. Larson was in the crash. He's got damage. We'll see if he can continue. He's still on the lead lap right now. Tyler Reddick was involved in the incident also, as well as Denny Hamlin. A lot of the top 5 in points. Byron was involved. He's 5th in points. Yeah, Byron's 29th. Still working on his race car. Reddick is the leader. He was listed involved in the incident, but maybe he didn't have much damage. If he's the only one of the top 3 in points that actually makes it out of this wreck with not a lot of damage, he could just finish the race. He's going to put a pretty healthy playoff points, which again is awarded to the regular season champion in these top 3 series of the NASCAR ranks. The ones in which the playoffs are, of course, in order with.
I want to say thanks to all of our partners, all of our sponsors for bringing all the green flag action live for you all night long here from Daytona International Speedway. So there is a lot of cleaning up going on. There's a lot of repair going on with about 18 cars involved in that accident midway through this second stage. And we're going to check in with our Hall of Famers. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett, DJ, JJ, what do you make of that so far?
Well, Jimmy, we've both been in those situations, the hard racing, and we saw how crazy it was there tonight. We kind of expected, but you had a pretty interesting take you were just telling me about what you felt.
Yeah, if we watch the video back, you can see the 5 gives the 7 a foot, and then the 7's up into the back of 10 and the 10. Sometimes when you're too close, you can't get out of that pocket. There's a pocket there that the car doesn't have much resistance. And then you just stay on the guy in front of you, and I think that could potentially be what happened at Corey there.
Yeah, it's really easy to say, why didn't he just back out and give the guy some room? But that's a great explanation there. I'll tell you one takeaway that I had from that. I thought Kyle Busch was just far enough in front of that to not get caught up. So with all the bad luck and a fast that he's had before, then he's got a fast race car, opportunity might be lurking for him.
That could be changing for him. I know he's hopeful it really is the case.
This is Ross Chastain's view. The view he did not want to have when he's trying to lock himself into the playoffs.
Yeah, I've been watching the repairs on this car. He's the first driver below the cut line currently, and this is another view. You never want to see this.
Blaney.
Oh. Little.
Bubba Wallace was leading the race and relaxed out front. He was kind of joking with his crew, and listen to the radio. That was crew chief Booty Barker. I'm not sure I like being out front like that. Well, he likes it now. Sometimes at Daytona, it's all about missing the wreck. Very often, in fact. And being out front as they were, that was the prettiest view of all. They missed everything.
Well, Bubba told you, Dave, yesterday that he got the weekend off to a nice start by going fishing and caught a handful of fish. So it was a promising start to the day and the weekend, and it's tracking that way. And have a look at those updated points. So Bubba started the race tonight on the wrong side of the cut line. He's now 34 points to the good side.
And we know it's what started his weekend because he emphasized the 6:30 a.m. was the start of the fishing call.
There's the Dix imaging machine, the 21 of Harrison Burton. And you may have noticed in those sequence of replays, and the drivers, every single driver will tell you at a drafting track at a super speedway, it really is sometimes a game of luck. And Harrison Burton got lucky there. He was on the right side, on the inside.
29 laps to go, stage 2. Green flag back in the air, and this will be a straight sprint race here to the end of the stage. They can all make it on fuel after topping off during this caution period. About 7 laps ran under the yellow as the big one struck on the back straightaway on lap 60. Chris Buescher, Joey Logano going to jump out to the lead. Keselowski not going to pull up into the top lane behind Logano. Now he does. Had a chance to do it in the middle of the corner, waited until they got a little bit more of a gap, and then moved up in front of Wallace in the 23. A couple other Fords on the, or the 3 down there. Trying to move forward. Ryan Blaney also just behind them. A lot of those Fords missed that crash because they've been out in the front of the field the whole time. The crash really started just outside the top 10. So really kind of took out the back half of that lead lap pack of about 29 cars or so. And again, 31 cars still remain on the lead lap following the incident. Several others trying to meet minimum speed here following this restart to remain in the race. Here is Chase Elliott outside the infield care center.
What happened, Chase?
I don't know, and I haven't seen it either. But I saw smoke, and I was so far back in the back at that point. I was just trying to get slowed down and then hope nobody hit me from behind. And unfortunately, either one of those things happened. So just a bummer, hate it. But we were really just riding. I think everybody was just trying to get to the stop, and I think that's where kind of all the games had originated. But definitely a bummer. I hate it for everybody involved. Obviously, gonna have to go and have a really good week next week. But we've been pretty lucky these last few plate races. So we were overdue, unfortunately, and we had to serve our time.
And Lee, it's amazing how quickly his mindset shifts to Darlington next week. Again, still in the fight for the regular season title.
And Lee, not
in the fight for right now. We'll have to see how that point standings will shake up at the end of the race, as we still got a few others that are in that tight points battle for the regular season championship still in the race. Single file up at the top line of the racetrack. First time we've seen this so far today. Things being a little bit more tame following the big one that happened on the back straightaway after a heated first 60 laps of action. Mostly 3 wide before that. Again, they were not quite 3 wide, though, when the wreck took place. It was really one of the more tamer portions of the race, but a bump draft nonetheless gone wrong for LaJoie to the back of the 10 of Noah Gragson, which started the incident. Manufacturer race right now in the top dozen, top 12. 9 Fords, 1 Toyota, 2 Chevys. Bubba Wallace has been the only Toyota in the top 10 pretty much this entire race. A couple of them taken out from that incident, including Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin. But Bell, Gibbs, Nemechek continue on. Eric Jones continues on, though they're a little bit outside the top 10. With 25 laps to go in Stage 2 as of right now, your top 10 runs like this, with Chris Buescher in the lead by 0.08 of a second at the line that last time by over Joey Logano in P2. 1/10 of a second back, Brad Keselowski in third. 0.3 back, Bubba Wallace in fourth. 0.4 off the lead, Austin Cindric in fifth. Harrison Burton 1/2 a second off the lead in sixth. Kyle Busch in seventh. 0.6 of a second off the lead. Shane Van Gisbergen 0.7 of a second back at eighth. Justin Haley 9/10 of a second back, and 1 second off the race lead is Todd Gilliland in 10. So the top 10 separated by 1 second. We saw that same gap between the top 29 at one point early in Stage 2. Here's Denny Hamlin also outside the infield care center.
And also, how much did the racing change from Stage 1 to Stage 2, Denny?
Well, Stage 1, everyone was kind of going all out there because we're inside that fuel window where we're able to run 100% and then get to the end of the stage. And then Stage 2, obviously a little fuel saving going on, which kind of causes a little stack up, but it just seemed like some guys wanted to go, some guys didn't, and it just caused a little contact there.
All right, Denny Hamlin out of it early here at Daytona.
It has been a rough week, to say the least, and think about somebody trying to confirm his spot in the puck.
Yeah, seeing another replay of that incident following the Hamlin interview on NBC's screen there, you can definitely tell Tyler Reddick got a good piece of that incident, getting clipped in the left rear. It looked like it was just behind the tire, though, and more on the corner panel from Lieutenant Gregson, who came back across the racetrack, so the points leader was definitely involved in the incident. He was listed there by NASCAR, but I didn't see much damage on his car, and he is one of the few won the lead lap following the wreck. He is currently scored 17th. From a single file line down to 2x2, Bubba Wallace jumps down to the bottom and is trying to lead that pack of cars to the front of the field. Kyle Busch, the push car. Wallace getting a little sideways on the backstretch with Busch pushing him, but the 23 and the 8 are moving forward. And side by side for the lead is Wallace and Buescher. Easily Wallace clear. Great push all the way down the backstretch by Busch in the 8. 3-wide middle and tight off turn 4. Josh Berry trying to find his way forward again. Ryan Blaney was in the sucker hole in the middle, and he went straight backwards. Was in the top 10, and now he is falling well outside the top 10 before things got back to 2x2 again. Cindric leading the middle groove. Hop down in front of Blaney and Berry. Blaney, I guess, still in the middle line. He had cars kind of forming around him, which kind of helped him from going all the way to the back of this lead draft. All three Penske cars nose to tail in the middle groove. Now Logano also hops in front of the 2 and the 12. Half a lane off the top, the 1734. And the two cars at the front of the field, Gillen and Wallace. Busch now leading the inside line. Bottom of the racetrack, Justin Haley right behind him. Logano surging forward in the middle groove. And a pass for the lead is made. Todd Gillen jumped out of line to that middle groove. He saw Logano and the Penske's moving forward. And Todd Gillen going to take the race lead here at Daytona. He's had a great run so far. He's been in the top 5 for most of the race. Qualified second. That 38 car's quick. And he's led a bunch of laps on this style racetrack already this season. Logano doesn't stay behind the 38, though. 38 moved high, and Joey stays with his teammates to the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Penske, front of the field, off turn 4. Blaney not quite clear of Gillen yet on the high side, but the top 2 cars are clear. 3 wide from third on back as Blaney's put back in the middle groove again, and the inside line continues to surge forward, trying to take after those top couple spots. 20 laps left here, stage 2 at the Daytona International Speedway. And the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Joey Logano leads, Austin Cindric second, Ryan Blaney third, Tyler Reddick fourth, and Justin Haley is in fifth. That is your top 5 at the line the last time by. And again, we are racing to lap 95, which will take us to the end of stage 2. No rain in the forecast tonight, but if there was for some odd reason to be any sort of inclement weather, which there's not supposed to be, we would be at the halfway mark in just 3 more laps. This background will see this race end here on this Saturday night. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and now clear at the front of the field is Logano, Cindric, Blaney as they look to try to control the pace. I'd say Logano definitely seems like he's got the quickest of the 3 cars. Seems like he's kind of that lead car charging forward of the Penske group, and then it's Cindric, then Blaney, which is pretty much the order in which they qualified, so maybe that's not surprising. And Logano led 45 laps in the Daytona 500 back in February, so you had to assume he had a really quick car. Justin Haley, Eric Jones down on the bottom with a big head of steam headed into turns 3 and 4. They're gaining a bunch of time, even though there's just 3 or 4 cars in the bottom groove. They're the front 2 in that. Larson on the outside has gotten great pushes, and he is going to pull up alongside Logano at the start-finish line. Logano leads that lap, but Larson trying to take his first lead of the night. And, of course, the Ford pushing him. Todd Gillen in the 38, Kyle Busch in the 8 car behind. It's kind of that pit car between the 2 front rows. Logano clear on the back straightaway. Moves up in front of Larson. Oh, contact! Cindric sideways, saves it! Out of line, bouncing on the apron. He'll merge back up into traffic, loses a handful of positions, and trying to get his speed back up in the draft. Larson and Cindric got together on the back straightaway. Cindric to the tail end of the line here, but he is still in the lead pack. That could have been gnarly. Good save by the 2. Looked like Cindric went up to side draft the 5, and the 5 kind of came off the wall to make a move to the bottom under Logano, so they both kind of ran into each other. And that's what caused the contact there, middle of the back straightaway. Larson to the lead, live. And now it's just Logano Blaney of the two Penske Fords at the front. Keselowski still working with his former teammates. He's right in line behind him. Cindric scored 18th off turn 4 this time. Few cars from the back of this lead draft. Back to 2x2 after that contact really stalled out that inside lane quite a bit. They had to check up for Cindric getting very out of control before getting back into control on the apron. He was able to keep his speed for the most part. He probably didn't lift much. For him to be able to still stay in this lead draft and not completely lose the draft of the leaders. Larson leads. Looks like another side-by-side commercial break on the NBC station right now. We'll go through the full field running order late in stage 2. Kyle Larson led that last time by at the line. He's led the last several laps now. Car up against the wall. Hang on. 43, Eric Jones. Sparks are flying from underneath the car. Heavy smoke. Oh, more smoke. Back straightaway. There might have been a piece of debris. A couple cars ran over. SVG's blowing up. At the same time, there are sparks flying from underneath Eric Jones's race car, and the caution flag's out again at lap 81. It looks like a fire from out underneath the 16 of Van Gisbergen. There's a piece of debris laying on the apron through 3 and 4, but yeah, right front tire down. That was probably the tire carcass from the 43 laying on the apron of 3 and 4. I think somebody ran over a piece of debris. Because those cars were just kind of riding along. And then all of a sudden, they dropped out of the lead pack. Sparks out of the 43. Smoke out of the 16. And now a fire underneath Shane Van Gisbergen's Chevrolet. Not as big as Daniel Suarez's fire. This one's coming out of the exhaust on the right side of the car. AMR safety team putting that out. SVG's still in the car right now. They may continue on if they put it out quickly enough. Once he exits the car, then his day will come to an end. It looks like an engine detonation, but I mean, the smoke looked like it was coming out of the pipes, so you almost wonder if he ran over something. The 43 car sparking in front of him. This will be an interesting diagnosis during the caution. The right front tire is definitely flat on the 43. But yeah, caution flag is out here late in stage 2. We should get a restart in with plenty of time left yet in this second stage. Be interesting to see if cars will hit pit road now. I mean, the window should be open to make it on 2 stops to the end from here, so they may pit now and not pit at the end of the stage. Stay out and try to get some stage points here. I'll have to wait to see. SVG has climbed out of his race car, and his day will come to an end. Eric Jones and his team going to work on the right side of his car.
Multiple incidents happening at the one time. Martin Truex Jr. with a flat front left. Eric Jones, and the plume of smoke is SVG in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Fortunately, Jones was able to catch that car. He wasn't in the corner when that right front went down. Everybody was able to get around him.
Well, the flat is obvious very early to the 43. Everyone behind does a nice job of kind of getting around him. I'm not sure what happened. It's crazy to think that that flat tire and the expired engine are connected, but the timing says the opposite. And it was all happening 1, 2, 3 because Truex was way behind just coming off turn 2. He was experiencing that flat, and then this is Van Gisbergen bringing it back to pit road.
Yeah, that fire is out of the pipes. Clearly from the engine failure. We've seen several fires tonight, but that was just an engine related.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
It was a tough night last night too in the Xfinity Series race because he was in pretty decent position and then was just in the wrong time, wrong place. Let's talk more with Kim.
Yeah, Lee, and the goal for this team was to make it to the end. Obviously, that's not going to happen. They felt like if they were to make it to the end, they could have a top 10 finish here, which would be wonderful for the driver learning on this drafting track. On that incident, Shane came on the radio and said, I didn't hear or feel anything. It just expired.
So, a weekend to remember, but not necessarily for the right reasons for Shane Van Gisbergen. As we check in with Jimmy Johnson and DJ Dale Jarrett. What's happening, fellas?
Well, there's a lot happening. We expect a lot of
So much going on.
but a lot of crazy things that we don't normally see. But any insight into what might have happened with Eric Johnson, the 43 and right front tire?
Yeah, I don't know what led to all that chaos, but talking to the shop in our war room, we knew we had some damage on the 43 car from that previous incident. We thought that the toe was off in the front, and when I saw the flat tire, I thought maybe it just wore through the tire due to a toe issue. But with all the other chaos, I have no clue what's going on.
Yeah, there's big things happening, but you have a great for Eric Johnson there, and the team should be able to not lose a lap, but get the tire changed.
Yeah, to have Shane blow up like that and bring out the caution, I'm not sure if the 43 was able to stay on a lead lap or not, but I know he was very thankful to look up in the mirror and see all that smoke, you know, the car was coming up.
Yeah, had a lot of speed. Back to you, Lee.
Yeah, kind of was settling into a rhythm with about 15 laps to go in stage 2, and then it all came undone on the back stretch with 3 different incidents all at the same time. You know, you might be able to speculate that some debris or something off the 43 maybe hit the oil cooler or the oil pump belt on the 16 if it was a lap later or 2 laps later. But to be on the same straightaway, it would be shocking to me that those are connected. I mean, it's obviously not an oil leak. I mean, we have fire pouring out the pipes. The engine has expired. Just eerie coincidence. Crazy timing. A lot of fire tonight. First it was Hamlin. Hamlin was the instigator on Daniel Suarez. Now Shane Van Gisbergen. This is one of those nights where, you know, as the field of clean cars starts to dwindle, as we see now Chastain, who has got off that damaged clock, as you mentioned, that minimum speed, they can be able to continue repairs. But if you want to stay on your game, you don't want to give up, even though there's so many damaged vehicles out there.
Well, cleanup continues following our second caution of stage 2, our second for incident in the race, and our third caution entirely. Engine detonation on the 16 of SVG, so possible fluid on the track there, and a flat tire on both the 19 and the 43 at the same exact time as well down the back straightaway. They could have been 3 separate incidences, but I really don't know at this point. Weird that they all simultaneously had an issue down the backstretch. That'd be a strange coincidence if that was all it was. We do know SVG is definitely out of the race with the engine failure. Free pass with this caution goes to Alex Bowman. Bowman will be back on the lead lap. He was involved in that 17 car incident on lap 60. In this stage, lap 81, time of this yellow, currently working lap 84, 76 to go at Daytona, late in stage 2, as of right now. Again, thanks for everybody tuning in for this stream. Pit Road should open, I would imagine, and we'll see quite a few cars pit. Because, again, the window to make it on 2 stops from here would be good to go to the end. It'd be tough to make it on 2 stops, or 1 more stop, I should say, from when they pitted the last time. It was about 16 laps or so ago. Definitely a crazy scene, to say the least. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you have not done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as well. Live NASCAR commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for Cup, Xfinity, and Truck Series races. As well as Cup practice and qualifying streams on the weekends as well. No practice this weekend at Daytona, but a full qualifying session took place yesterday afternoon. Still have one more live commentary stream this weekend, believe it or not. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will start their playoffs tomorrow afternoon at the Milwaukee Mile. Our coverage will begin at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow afternoon. And again, that will be the next live commentary stream on the schedule, but our action at Daytona this weekend will conclude following the finish of this race.
Proud to recognize one of their own, Martin Truex Jr., in his final drive here at Daytona as a full-time driver. When his retirement was announced, Truex's Team Toyota teammates were asked about his impact both on and off the track.
I really respect Martin because he's done NASCAR his own way. He doesn't get caught up in the pageantry of NASCAR. He does what Martin does, and he's been very successful with that.
Junior, in dominating fashion.
I feel like when you think of him, you think of Toyota for sure. You know what he's been able to accomplish with them over the years, transcending to the top of the sport.
I've wanted this since I was a little kid, and just never give up, man. Never give up on your dreams, no matter what.
He is one of the top 3 drivers, I feel like, in the Cup Series.
I've always had a great working relationship with Martin. He's just been one of the best teammates I could ever ask for.
With over a decade of success as a Toyota driver, Martin is one of only 2 Toyota drivers to earn the NASCAR Cup Series championship, with 32 of his total 34 wins coming with the team. Toyota wishes the 19 car the best of luck, the fight in the playoffs, and at the moment, he is still leading the way as far as the highest placed on point.
You know, one of those drivers said it. He's done it his way. He really has. And he's stuck to his values and his morals, even as the sport has changed and it's become more aggressive and sometimes even more acceptable to knock someone out of the way. Martin said, that's not how I race. I'm going to stay true to who I am. And he's been successful doing it.
It's funny when a driver and a sponsor turn into such a partnership that they match with one another, like Bass Pro Shops, Toyota, Martin Truex Jr., right? Like he just kind of fits that mold as we see some cars peel off on the pit road with his short sprint to the finish. We'll see what the decisions are for all these teams, Marty.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland giving up third to come to pit road. This is a team that needs a win, and this shows it. Not worried about stage points, but this will make the next stop shorter for the 38 team, Dave.
Kyle Busch gives up 8th position. He was told, here's the play. We take the 4 tires now. Maybe at the stage break, we only do fuel. That will save time for sure.
And
Whoa. Full buffer.
Released and sent. And here we go. Jones on the left, Van Gisbergen on the right. It was chaotic. We're getting ready to go back to green.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those moments already in this race here today. We still got another 74 laps left in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at the Daytona International Speedway. That seemed to have taken place, I believe, during the NASCAR Nonstop portion of their commercial break a little earlier on during that green flag run. We're going to have less than 10 laps to go here in Stage 2 when we get back to racing. A lot less cars hit pit road there than what I was initially expecting to. Again, Alex Bowman does get the free pass to get back on the lead lap as a result of this caution. He is scored 31st as of right now. Average race speed 144.36 miles per hour, a little over an hour and a half to get through the first half of tonight's race. And Joey Logano, your race leader, Kyle Larson second, Ryan Blaney third, Brad Keselowski fourth, and Tyler Reddick fifth. That will be for this next restart. Your top 5. Here at the Daytona International Speedway. Thanks for everybody tuning in for the stream so far tonight. Fun to watch this race on a Saturday night with you all. Appreciate each and every one of you tuning in. Joey Logano 0.6 of a second ahead under caution. That's the gap there at Daytona during the caution flag period. Way more than what it would be during a normal green flag run. Between first and second place. 1 like shy of 50 as of right now. Smash that like button. Hopefully we can get to 100 for the end of the race. Again, we're just past halfway. Our chat poll closes At the end of stage 2, for who you think is going to win, 84 votes have been casted so far. 49% of you say somebody other than Keselowski, Logano, or Busch will win. All three of those guys still in this race. So we'll see how much that voting poll will change here in the late laps of stage 2. So Josh Berry wins stage 1. He's still in this one, currently 19th. Haven't seen him out in front of the field much since the end of stage 1.
Second stage.
Well, let's catch up with another crew member of the 3-team. Ray Reed is the longtime pit crew coach for RCR in the number 3, but college baseball fans of the early 2000s know him for a different reason, the catch. You're seeing him get the 8-team of Kyle Busch.
Tell we're a Big Ten network. I'm not sure if we can promote the Go LSU threw it up there, but I can appreciate it. You see the smile?
Yeah.
He saw the picture of the picture, and he got that smile and came back. That's pretty cool.
Ray was at RCR when I was there. Such a hard worker, puts everything into it.
We were talking just off air a moment ago, and can you believe it? Amongst all that chaos, there are still 31 cars on the lead lap. It's quite shocking. I thought we lost half the field on the backstretch. Half were involved, but they've rebounded. And
Logano, Larson, front row for the restart. Logano on the outside, Blaney on the inside. Logano, the control car, green flag back in the air. Joey's got his teammate Ryan Blaney pushing him, as well as points leader Tyler Reddick. Larson and Reddick trying to battle for that regular season championship, so these stage points are important, to them specifically, as we have just 7 laps to go in stage 2. Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace, both in the top 10. They're on the bubble for the playoffs coming in. Buescher only 16 points to the good on his way into the race, so Wallace was actually -1. And Bubba did not get any stage points in stage 1. Buescher did. He finished 3rd in the first stage, getting 8 points. Big gap between Blaney and Reddick in the outside. Wallace is going to go up there and fill that gap. Field now tightens a bit on that outside lane off the exit of turn 4, and only about 6 cars down to the bottom, but Larson one of which, and he leads. Cindric trying to get a 3rd lane going. A couple cars pulling up just behind, and one just in front of him. We'll see if they can make some headway. Tough to tell exactly who that car is that moved up in front of Cindric. Whoever it was, they all moved back down into the second groove anyway. All 4 of them. Now Gilliland jumps to the outside in the 38 car. Rather, no, that's the Interstate Batteries green car of Christopher Bell instead. Thought it was Gilliland for a second there. Gilliland's still in the top 10. He was on the bottom groove, 4th car in. Now he's in the outer groove, 3rd car in. He jumped in front of Wallace and behind the Penske's of Logano and Blaney. And now he's put in the middle 3 wide. Wallace, Reddick, the two 2311 Toyotas, move up in front of the other Toyota of Christopher Bell in that 3rd lane. Bubba's definitely had the fastest Toyota in the field today. He's been the only one in the top 10 the whole race. So you'd assume that he's fast enough to lead this car forward. Keselowski pushing the 5 on the bottom. And the 17 right behind the 6 as well. The 6 and the 5 both clear the 22 into turn 3. 5 laps to go, stage 2. At the Daytona International Speedway, a lot of 3x3 racing going on again. Off turn 4. Wallace to the outside of the 22 of Logano at the start-finish line. 3x3. Into turns 1 and 2. Now moving up into the outer groove is Keselowski. Buescher still down on the bottom. He couldn't follow the 6. 6 making a move for himself here as he tries to snatch a playoff point late in stage 2. Logano pushing the 6 of Keselowski. They've worked well together on these super speedways all season long. Daytona, Atlanta, Dega, now back at Daytona again. And we'll see if Brad's got enough speed to keep the 23 from trying to get closer to the outside of both the 6 and the 22 here. Bad Brad going to lead that lap at the line. 3 to go now, stage 2. Larson getting pushed by the 17 of Buescher. Wallace to the outside of Blaney still. Blaney the 3rd car in the middle groove. Off turn 2, Keselowski getting that bush. Down the back straightaway from Logano. Cindric with a big jump into the bottom lane. He's just looking for a hole to gain some momentum there. Big gap built up between him and Bowman. 5th and 6th place cars on the bottom. Piece of that side panel missing on the 5 of Larson, but obviously not hurting in the draft much. Guess that's caved in enough. It's not hanging out like a parachute. Better caved in than caved out, I guess. Kyle Busch up in the top 10 again. Both the front row cars in the back half of the top 10. Gilliland and McDowell around 7th and 8th. Third lane had faded quite a bit with Wallace. They jump into the second groove of cars. Wallace, a 6th driver in the outer lane. They got to the outside of about the third row of cars, and that was all the further up at the front they got. They lost ground and then tried to hop back in the draft behind other cars. Logano and Keselowski holding on, mainly Keselowski. Brad pulls to the bottom, right in front of Larson. Logano gets to the outside of the 6th. Almost a late block by Brad. Brad leads the lap of the line. Final lap, stage 2. Logano to the outside. And Joey Logano takes the lead into turn 1. Help from Ryan Blaney. Todd Gilliland also in the outside, up to 3rd. Keselowski falls all the way to 4th in the bottom groove. He's going to have to get a big push from Larson on the back straight. Less than a half a lap to go now in stage 2 at Daytona. Blaney Logano still bump drafting as they enter turn 3. Covering the middle groove of the racetrack. Blaney to the bottom in front of the 6. The 22 to the bottom. Blaney back to block the top on Keselowski. Keselowski to the outside of the 12. Big surge of momentum by Keselowski off turn 4. Might have a shot to get there still. Logano with a block. Keselowski still to the outside of the 22. Very carbon copy finish to stage 2 as what we saw back in stage 1. Nearly 3 wide at the line, and Joey Logano is going to win stage 2 at Daytona. So Logano wins stage 2. Keselowski 2nd, Blaney 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, Todd Gilliland 5th, Justin Haley 6th, Kyle Busch 7th, William Byron 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Bubba Wallace 10th. Those are your drivers getting stage points here in stage 2. So that is the end of the second stage. We'll be seeing pit stops during this stage break for those that didn't pit during the last caution late in stage 2. We only restarted with about 7 to go in that stage, but there were a few that topped off on fuel then. Probably leapfrog the field, try to get that track position. Seen a lot of movement through the pack, but the Fords have definitely been fast all weekend, really. I mean, yesterday in qualifying, today in the race, they're just quick. They're the manufacturer to beat. Seen Larson at times be up at the front of the field leading laps total. 3 different times he's led for those 5 laps. And again, he was 4th at the end of the stage, highest finishing Chevy, and Wallace the only Chevy, or Toyota rather, finishing the top 10 at the end of stage 2. That was even after losing a little bit of ground with about a lap and a half to go in the stage. Free pass goes to Ross Chastain in 32nd. He'll be back on the lead lap. And the stage yellow is our 4th caution of the night. The 2 stage yellows and 2 cautions for incident, which both took place in stage 2. So for Joey Logano, he picks up his 2nd stage win of the season with only 1 race win and well outside the top 10 in points. It gives him 7 playoff points on the season. So he doesn't come out of Daytona empty-handed tonight. Still trying to go for another race win on top of that. Yep, Chastain does get the free pass. He was the first car lap down. He was the only car 1 lap down. In fact, Truex still on the track is 3 laps down, and then everybody else from 34th on back out of the race. So it's going to take a few more cautions just for Truex to get back into the lead lap in this one. So imagine this is the most amount of cars you're going to see in the lead lap the rest of the race going forward. Still surprised how many of them are still in this thing. It definitely, I mean, again, there were 17 cars listed in the lap 60 caution on the back straightaway. Yet we only have 7 cars out of the race. And only 5 of which were from that accident. Then SVG blowing an engine, and of course Suarez's car catching fire before the big one here at Daytona. So we will end the chat poll. 86 votes were casted. 48% of you said somebody other than Keselowski, Logano, or Busch will win, all in the top 10 there at the end of stage 2. 26% taking Kyle Busch, 13% with Keselowski, and 11% for Joey Logano. My pick was Keselowski to win the race today. He's looked quick, like his chances so far. See if he can keep that nose clean to the finish. Pit road should be open this next time by. We'll probably restart right around the ballpark of 60 laps to go. This is not the final pit stop of the night. I would imagine everybody's going to take 4 tires for the most part here. And then it'll be a 2-tire or fuel-only stop next time they come to pit road, which will then be the final stop of the race once they're inside the fuel window. So again, waiting for pit road to open. Should be opening pretty soon here. I think the leaders are working their way through 3 and 4 right now. Here they come.
Here they come. Let's get ready for pretty much everybody to pit.
Keselowski stayed out.
Pit road's going to get lively. Marty Snyder kicks it off, mate.
Yeah, Lee, to Jimmy's point a moment ago, Team Penske working so well together. Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano, they got a playoff point in the bank for Logano. Paul Wolf asked him, do you want me to change anything? And Logano said, don't touch it. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson said the car is good with a funny quote. He said, I'm just trying to stay out of the way and not get taken out.
Well, Marty, for the 12 car up, Ryan Blaney, he's reporting still tonight. It won't go anywhere. Well, this team, I need quite a bit more of the last Justin, Jonathan, and Clint Ritchie's saying, wait a little bit on fuel, Dave.
Sammy, you never know what an extra lap of fuel might do you some good here at Daytona. Driver Brad Keselowski asked, maybe we should stay and just pit with 1 to go. That's what they're going to do. They'll lose all their track position, but they'll have 1 lap better fuel than the field.
So we talk about...
Interesting. He's definitely got the speed to make it back through the field, and a few less cars to have to work past that were all taken out in an incident in the middle going of stage 2. So that could potentially work for him as well. Now the commercial break taking place here during the stage 2 break as of right now. So we'll take another break of our own. You're listening live on KRC, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Keselowski is staying out of the pits for now. And he will be pitting this next time by. Well, we'll be pitting whenever they get the 1 to go signal, which I would imagine is going to be this next time by. So once he pits, I would imagine that means Michael McDowell will take over the race lead. For, I think, the first time since leading the early laps of the race. I think that was the last time he was out in front. Both the stage winners in tonight's race were both 15th or worse in the point standings. So what will that mean for the potential race winner of this race? Will we see more of the same? Potential underdog getting the win. Quite a few drivers up in that top 5, top 10 that haven't won a race this year and all below that cutoff line that need a win to make it to the postseason. McDowell, Busch, Berry, Haley, Burton, Smith, Briscoe, Nemechek, all in the top 10. We'll have 60 laps to go in the restart when we begin stage 3.
We can know this will be the last run here. He who has the most amount of fuel with the shortest amount of stop will put themselves in good position here at the end. And that's been our game plan all night, is just kind of ride, take care of our car, stay out of harm's way, and we'll get ready to go race here and turn him loose.
Yeah, he mentioned it, Lee. Ricky Stenhouse was kind of ridden all night long, but Mike Kelly told him a moment ago, it's time to go race in stage 3.
Well, you heard it, just how important the fuel is, right? He made an extra trip to pit road. Cars shut off here and coasting.
That was Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s crew chief that Marty Snyder was talking to up on the pit box. So McDowell, Berry on the front row. McDowell on the outside lane, the control car. He's got Kyle Busch behind him. Justin Haley on the inside behind Josh Berry. Green flag is in the air. And a great push from Kyle Busch to the back of the 34. Not so much on the inside with Berry and Haley. They're losing a lot of ground. And as they work their way into turns 1 and 2, the top 2 on the outside are well clear through the center of the corner. We're both staying into that outside lane and staying comfortable with where they're at for right now. Inside line trying to build momentum. And 4 Fords down on the bottom. Berry, Haley, Cindric, and Briscoe. Logano looking into that third lane already, but nobody goes with him immediately. I'm sure Blaney will. He's a couple car lengths back. Logano back in line, lost 1 spot. Back down into the middle groove, but now him and Blaney are nose to tail this time. McDowell leads the first green flag lap of stage 3 at the line. So Michael McDowell out in front here at the Daytona International Speedway. Up at the front of the field here, 1-2, bottom lane of the racetrack, now back to the top. It's the first time Berry's been really at the very front of the field since winning stage 1. Found his way up there through pit stop sequencing. Big move by Berry, not quite clear on Justin Haley. Haley sneaks his nose to the inside of the 4. And Haley slingshots himself into second now behind McDowell. And into the outside lane as well. Haley getting pushed by Berry and now continues to push into McDowell. Third lane trying to get formed again on the outside. This is a little further back than where Logano and Blaney are this time. They start to move forward a little bit. I would imagine the 22 and the 12 will try to move up into that line and progress it forward even more. And got the speed to be able to do it. So again, still one more pit stop to make it to the finish of this race. We haven't seen any green flag stops in this one. Stage 1 was too short. And stage 2, we had a couple cautions in the middle of it, where we had some pit stops then. And during the stage break, if we were to go green to the end of the race, we will see a green flag stop at some point here. And if they run this out green flag long enough, they could probably get under 20 laps to go before we would see those pit stops end up happening, considering we went green with 60 laps left in the stage. It's pretty much the length of a dual race at Daytona is what we had left in this one by the time we went green. So it's a dual race at Daytona kind of finish here. Down the line. 57 laps left. Make that 56 at the start-finish line. Michael McDowell led that last lap. A little less than a tenth of a second off the lead was Justin Haley in P2. Josh Berry third, a tenth back. 3/10 back for Kyle Busch in fourth, and Harrison Burton 4/10 back in fifth. Top 5 in the running order. The intervals between them at the front of the field. A lot of racing still to go in this. More than a full fuel run still. Briscoe, Cindric, the only two Fords now leading the bottom lane. It's Berry and Haley, who were initially there, moved to the outside, but now they move down to the bottom, and Cindric moves to the top in front of Busch. So now 4 Fords in line on the outside, and Briscoe, unfortunately, all by himself as far as the manufacturer side of things on the bottom of the racetrack. I don't know if that was their plan or not there, but the Ford's trying to control the race, and the interesting thing about it, the 4 Fords at the front of the field are all 4 different teams with the blue oval. Front row followed by Rick Ware, followed by SHR, followed by Penske. Briscoe tried to get up there, but the lane was closed off quickly by Kyle Busch. And Briscoe goes backwards. Logano thought about picking him up, and he's like, never mind, you're going a little too slow. Briscoe does get back into the bottom lane. 4th car in line there, well outside the top 10 now. Top 5 cars single file at the front of the field, 2x2 from 6th on back. McDowell, Haley at the very front of the field. Nose to tail, Berry. Again, right there in 3rd. Cindric and Busch, top 5. Harrison Burton 6th, John Nemechek 7th, Zane Smith 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, Austin Dillon 10th, Joey Logano 11th, and Austin Hill in the top dozen in 12th. Still 33 cars on the lead lap, 32, excuse me, on the lead lap. And Truex, I believe, took the wave around, so he's only 2 laps down now. He was 3. So he stayed out of the pits. That means he'll be one of the first cars to pit road here in stage 3. I mean, the fuel window should be open enough for him to do it. Actually, you know what? He probably pitted for fuel caution well before that. Corey LaJoie just about LePaged the back end of the field here into turn 3. Did anybody else just see that? I think it was LaJoie. It looked like Corey. It might have been a different car. There was somebody slow coming up off the apron of the track getting into turn 1. So the back of the pack was still 2x2 trying to rush to the outside of that one car. It was tough to tell exactly who it was. I noticed he was on pit road recently, so that's why I thought it was the 7. Couldn't have been wrong on that. There was a car down there, though. That could have been terrible. Well, John Nemechek starting to lead the inside line forward. Justin Haley and Michael McDowell going top to bottom, just kind of trying to control the lanes as much as they can from where they're at. There's a little bit of damage on the splitter, the 42, it looks like. Probably from that big accident on the backstretch. Is it me or is it bent? I can't tell if that's the scheme on the car. No, it's definitely bent. It's still leading the line of cars, though. Maybe it's bent the right way. And Nemechek is now wedged between the Fords of Berry and Haley in the 3rd place position. Found a good spot in line. Logano, I didn't even realize he was on the bottom behind Larson. Larson moves to the outside in 5th. Cindric down in front of his teammate Logano. So now the Penske cars, I would imagine, are going to just try to stay on the inside. Cindric side drafts Larson, top 4 breaking away off turn 2. And down the backstretch. We'll go through the full field running order now here with 50 laps to go. Again, Michael McDowell, the race leader. Justin Haley, 2nd. John Nemechek, 3rd. Josh Berry, 4th. Kyle Larson, 5th. Make that now Kyle Busch 5th. Josh Berry, 6th. Harrison Burton, 7th. Austin Cindric, 8th. Zane Smith, 9th. Joey Logano, 10th. Austin Dillon in 11th. Austin Hill, 12th. Daniel Hemrick, 13th. Chase Briscoe, 14th. Ryan Blaney, 15th. Bubba Wallace, 16th. Ty Gibbs, 17th. 18th for Christopher Bell. Eric Jones, 19th. And Brad Keselowski is 20th. Todd Gilliland 21st, Chris Buescher 22nd, William Byron 23rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 24th, Cody Ware 25th, Alex Bowman 26th, Tyler Reddick 27th, BJ McLeod 28th, Parker Retzlaff 29th, and I don't know why I said Josh. Russ Chastain is in 30th. Carson Hocevar 31st, Joey Gase last car in the lead lap in 32nd. Martin Truex Jr. 2 laps down in 33rd. Shane Van Gisbergen 34th, Corey LaJoie 35th, Chase Elliott 36th, Noah Gragson 37th, Denny Hamlin 38th, Ryan Preece 39th, Daniel Suarez 40th. It was LaJoie that came out of the pits, by the way, because he's now on the same lap as SVG. That was not the case a while ago. SVG in the garage, so LaJoie will pick up another spot there in the finishing order. Still more than 30 to go, so, I mean, if we get any incident between now and the next 20 laps, he could still surpass anybody else on the leaderboard as well if he stays into the finish. NASCAR nonstop commercial break continues on NBC. 48 laps to go. You're listening live to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 on KRC. Barry now down in front of the Penske Fords on the bottom of Cindric and Logano. Inside line is continuously trying to move forward. It's tough when you got Fords leading the outside too, and the manufacturer as a whole is so strong. And of course, there are more cars on the outside than the bottom. Not to mention the guy that started on the pole, Michael McDowell, is the one leading the pack. So you'd imagine in the clean air, he's probably got the fastest car in that side of things. In the draft, the 22 and the 6 seem to be making the most moves of anybody in the race outside of the front row cars of Gilliland and McDowell.
With 47 laps to go in this Coca-Cola Zero Sugar 400, Michael McDowell is in command at the front of this race. Want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and it is owned by that man there on your screen, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He did it on lap 28 of this 160-lap race.
Well, let's ride along with him. Got a foot cam. Watch what he's doing. Using the brake and the gas. See a little bit of brake right there. Just modulating his gap from the 43. See, he's not wide open. He's just trying to save a little bit of fuel. And really nowhere to go anyway right now. See, there's times he'll go wide open. Just trying to make sure he doesn't let the car in front of him get too far away.
Now you're doing your legendary analysis, but you were remiss to do your TV job. You were meant to say something. Go on.
I'm eating it. The little bites Biggie muffin. Got a whole car double behind me. They're great.
I think this is fascinating because people who have watched speedway racing, I think just all the drivers ride around here wide open, right? Like they do in qualifying. But this is a perfect example of even in the pack where you want to carry as much speed. I know he's out of the gas some to save gas, Jeff, but even if he wasn't trying to save gas, a little bit of brake, a little bit of, you have to control these runs. It's still pretty artistic with the feet.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen what happens when it doesn't get timed right. We've seen the wrecks. We've seen guys get spun around. There will be a moment in this race where he is no longer on the brakes. Keselowski trying to make this middle lane work. Joey Logano saw it, came up, blocked it. Keselowski with a little shot.
Marty, what you got?
Lee, it's a fascinating game within the game here on pit road. So in essence, Michael McDowell and the 34 team is trying to bait everybody else to run hard here. Don't save fuel. To save fuel. So Steve, what's the message to your driver? I just talked to Paul Wolf. He said, listen, they're kind of forcing us to run harder than we would like to because we cannot lose the track position.
Well, saving gas is only relative to the rest of the field. So if I'm back in the pack, let the leader run as hard as he wants. You know,
the pace of the field is the pace of the field. You're all running together. So if the leader wants to save gas, you still save more. The difference from the leader to 15th is still the difference, regardless of how much you're using.
And Justin Haley in that Rick Ware Racing machine sitting second said before this race, I feel the Fords have got good fuel economy anyway.
And here's the perfect example. On the right side of your screen, split data between McDowell and Ricky Stenhouse. Look at the green bar under McDowell. Look at the green bar under Stenhouse. That's first to 23rd. My point is McDowell wide open the majority of the time. Stenhouse running the same speed, 194 miles an hour, running faster than the leader, using half throttle. That is the whole beauty of the draft and being in traffic and being able to save gas. The problem, or not the problem, the challenge though is, remember, they don't have fuel gauges. There's a lot.
Whoa!
Oh man,
Haley and Berry. And that's opened up the door for Austin Cindric. Watch the two on the low line.
That checked the top lane up. Can they rebuild this momentum?
Well, remember what Denny Hamlin said when everybody started these different theories of how much fuel, he thought there was actually change to runs. He thought that might have contributed to that backstretch accident.
McDowell covers. Haley ducks low. And Josh Berry's got John Hunter Nemechek and Kyle Larson behind him on the high line. McDowell is doing a beautiful job covering, whether it's low or high. And Cindric's getting pushed. Here comes Haley. Haley goes to that low line and gets pushed to the front immediately.
That was as aggressive of a block as you can pull right there. He used it to get the lead, but the push from the 22 to the 2, Haley judged that and missed being wrecked by inches.
Ooh.
Justin Haley, in his 5th appearance in this summertime Daytona race, is celebrating his 5th anniversary of winning here in that rain-shortened event. And he's at the front of this field.
Penske teammates still on the bottom of the racetrack. Joey Logano pushing Cindric.
It's Ford heavy at the front, and that was emblematic of what went down in qualifying. The speed of the Blue Oval cars are impressive here at the World Center of Racing. They hold down the top 6 spots right now. Let's take another look at Justin Haley's move, Jeff. This got your attention.
It did, because there was a big move on the inside with Cindric and Logano. I mean, that was as close as it gets.
Michael Jordan's reaction to that move. Oh, wow.
I wonder how a man that wants the ball at the end of every game does as a spectator, as an owner.
Yeah. 39 laps to go, this time across the stripe. It's setting up for an epic finish.
39 laps to go here at Daytona International Speedway. Justin Haley leads the race for Rick Ware Racing, trying to get the organization's first win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Josh Berry sits in second, Michael McDowell third, John Hunter Nemechek fourth, Austin Cindric is now fifth, Joey Logano sixth, Kyle Larson seventh, Brad Keselowski eighth. Make that Kyle Busch now 8th, Brad Keselowski 9th, and Harrison Burton rounds out the top 10 in 10th. Chris Buescher in 11th. 12th for Zane Smith. Cody Ware 13th. Austin Dillon 14th. Christopher Bell 15th. 16th is Austin Hill. Bubba Wallace 17th. Todd Gillen 18th. 19th for Ty Gibbs and Chase Briscoe in 20th. 21st, Ryan Blaney. Eric Jones 22nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd. Daniel Hemrick 24th. Tyler Reddick 25th. 26th for William Byron, BJ McLeod 27th, 28th Alex Bowman, Parker Retzlaff 29th, Carson Hocevar 30th, Joey Gase 31st, Ross Chastain last car in the lead lap in 32nd. 2 laps down at 33rd, Martin Truex Jr., Corey LaJoie on track 33 laps down at 34th, 35th on back out of the race. SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen 35th, Chase Elliott 36th, Noah Gragson 37th, Denny Hamlin 38th, Ryan Preece 39th, and Daniel Suarez in 40th. Quite a few lead changes in this one. Average race speed to this point, 144.63 miles per hour. A little over 2 hours to get to where we're at right now with less than 40 laps to go. I'll have to count how many lead changes we've had so far in the race when we take you back to the NBC feed of this one when they come back from the NASCAR nonstop commercial break. We'll take our final break of the race. You're listening live on KRC. I don't know why Jimmy didn't run this race. He's at the track this weekend. He's probably at the track most weekends, being in the current spot he's in. His role as a part owner, Legacy Motor Club. Interesting seeing him on the broadcast this weekend. I didn't know that he was going to be on the Peacock Pick Box with Dale Jarrett all night. It's kind of good that he is up there keeping Dale Jarrett company. Dale Jarrett was by himself all night last night during the Xfinity race. Cup qualifying as well. He was just over there by himself. Marty Snyder will join him after the race with the post-race show. We'll have a post-race show of our own as well. Following the conclusion of the race, we'll go over all the pre-race predictions, how they ended up, as well as breaking down the race as a whole, finishing results, driver interviews, and much more. 35 laps to go at Daytona this time by.
More laps tonight than what he did when he won in 2019. He only led one lap that night to get that victory in the summer race here in Daytona. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update. And it happens to be John Hunter Nemechek, the highest placed Toyota runner who sits in third at the moment. Started 31st. He's having a great run.
All by himself. The next Toyota is Christopher Bell down at 14th. And why that matters is if they start pitting, many times we see them pit with manufacturers. The first Toyota is a long way behind Nemechek.
So let's set the stage. 35 to go. If you come to pit road now, you can absolutely make it to the finish on fuel. The trick is, what are you going to do when you're on pit road? History says gas only. And we heard the crew chief of the 47 say, for as little time in the pit box as possible to do that, you have to save fuel. Let's listen in to Kyle Larson in the 5-car.
Give me a little more of a saving time.
So we talk about saving gas like they're setting the cruise control riding around here. Every driver has a different tool. They have digital dashes. Some like lights, some like bars, some like target throttle position. They can see if they're 50% throttle, 70% throttle. There's 100 different ways to do it. Each driver has their favorite. And the crew chief and the driver have to keep coaching each other. And there's no harder track to coach your driver than Daytona because you don't want to be on the radio. Because you got to stay off the radio and let the spotter do the work. On a draw right here and show you, look at those dots on the 22's dash. There's some sort of target there. We don't know what it is, but Joey Logano does, and he is trying to hit that target of saving fuel.
The problem with while he's doing that, look at the bottom. The guys on the bottom lane, they decided they're not going to save as much fuel. So, yes, he's saving fuel, and yes, he's going to shorten his pit stop time, but look how much track position he's lost as this bottom lane has decided they're going to use more fuel and go faster.
And you heard Kyle Larson say when Cliff Daniels asked him to try and save a little bit more, he said, I'm trying. I'm doing my best as Martin Truex Jr. is in. Couple laps down for the 19. I think he had a little bit of an issue with the left front tire. The damage might have finally cut that tire. Yeah, there you go. Left front goes down. The 19 comes to pit road. And now let's talk about the human aspect. Computers are great. Prediction models are fine. How much fuel you need. Jeff, as a driver, you have to get to pit road, get on single file, not have an issue getting your pit box the right way. If you're not single file, it's okay, but you can't get blocked out of your stall. And then the gas man, we have to have a clean plug-in with an over 100-pound dump can. And then the most important thing, Lee, if you need 2 seconds worth of fuel, don't leave at 1.8. Yeah. Make sure you stay for all 2 seconds.
And then on top of that, Steve, so many times we see when all of these cars try to get on pit road, 10 cars at a time, trying to come out of this pack. How many times have we seen Rex, Marty, them trying to get on the pit road? It is not uncommon at all.
Yeah, green flag stops here at Daytona, Jeff, are treacherous. Talking to Paul Wolf a moment ago, they're taking the game within the game. Not only are saving with fuel right here, but also what happened back at lap 98C. Paul Wolf told me we took the time to fill up at that stop. Other drivers in the top 10 and teams did not take the time to fill up at that lap 98 stop. He said, that's our entire game. This next stop will be shorter.
Yeah, remember, this is a accumulation of the day, right? Like I've been saying it all year long, it's the fuel tax. You can kick it down the road, Lee, or you can pay it now. The key is to have paid it up front. So on this last pit stop, it's minimal. And look, we have seen heartbreak here at Daytona. Kyle Larson, we've mentioned multiple times. Remember, he was leading the 2017 Daytona 500 when he ran out of gas. So this fuel strategy at Daytona is not something new. It's just being played by more cars than ever.
Great run by Cody Ware and the Rick Ware Racing organization to have two cars up there in the top 9 positions. First and 9th. Awesome performance so far with 30 to go. One big one so far in this race tonight. A few other incidents, but a lot of good racing, and we're getting close to the end.
Just 30 laps to go here at the Daytona International Speedway. Justin Haley again, a little less than a tenth of a second out in front of the field, and Josh Berry is in second place. Jonathan Nemechek a tenth of a second off the lead in third. Kyle Larson 3/10 back in fourth. Kyle Busch 4/10 back in fifth. Austin Cindric in sixth place, 6/10 of a second off the lead. Michael McDowell in seventh is 7/10 of a second off the race lead. Ryan Blaney 1 second back in ninth, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10, also 1 second off the lead in 10th. So a little bit of fuel conservation mode with a mostly single file lineup near the top of the racetrack. This is to spend less time on pit road when they do have to pit, because it will be a one-stopper to the finish still. They cannot make it on fuel for when they restarted this final stage. So down to just 27 laps to go in this one. Who will spend the least amount of time on pit road to get themselves a track position for when we cycle off of the pit stop sequencing and get into the actual sprint to the finish? Definitely a wild race here at Daytona so far. And this is basically what we're seeing right now, is the calm before the storm. That's what I like to call it, at least. A slight less craziness, I guess, than what we're used to seeing at Daytona, and especially the way that this race has gone so far up to where we are currently. Off turn 4, circling back to the line, 26 laps to go here at the Daytona International Speedway. Inside line starting to move forward just a little bit more. Christopher Bell trying to lead the charge. Top 2, Haley McDowell, moved down to the bottom to cover the inside line now. And Nemechek with Kyle Larson maybe trying to push the top forward again. Kyle Busch, third car in line on the outside lane. Down to 26 laps to go at the start-finish line. And we will be at lap 135.
26 laps to go in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Justin Haley leads Josh Berry, and here is Christopher Bell. It has been a somewhat quiet night for the Interstate Batteries JGR Toyota, but the guy who has had an extraordinary season is now at the front of this pack at a critical and crucial stage.
You can almost feel it. I feel like it's summer day on Daytona Beach and you're watching storm clouds roll in. You're not sure when they're going to get here, and that's what this race looks like. It was at the top. Now it's on the bottom. That's just cars positioning themselves so when they want to pit, they can get there cleanly. Lap after lap, everybody gets a little more antsy.
Joining Joey Logano again with thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza. Ryan Blaney will be somewhere close by like they have been for so many times. And just think at this stage, Who are the key combos we have seen so far tonight? Getting down to the interesting phase, Jimmy.
Yeah, we really are. The conversation around the forecourt trying to save fuel. Had me text our guys back at Legacy Motor Club in the war room to understand what the 42 is doing for fuel. And it really appears that those first 3 rows of cars have a really difficult time of saving fuel. The sweet spot seems to be that 4th or 5th row, which will allow you to save the most fuel out there.
That's great information, Jimmy, and that's what I think everybody's trying to figure out. If you're in that 4th row, Jimmy, you just wonder if I could say, all right, pull up, use that fuel, run 1 or 2 laps up front, and then pit, right? I think there's going to be this rush to the front before they come to pit road if possible. The pack is catching Martin Truex Jr., who had the second incident with a deflating tire. That happened earlier when Eric Jones had his moment and Shane Van Gisbergen blew up, and Truex is staying well and truly out of the way. Jeff, how much notice do you need? It was different for each of my drivers. You want to hear 5 away, or can I just tell you one time on the front stretch as a driver, what did you prefer for heads up before pitting?
10 laps. Just tell me 10, just so I know what's on your mind. I don't necessarily need to be looking to be to the bottom in 10 laps, but I wanted that. So then I knew, okay, now tell me 5, right? But I wanted to start looking, because if a lane was good on the bottom, that was good speed, and I could go ahead and get there, I'd get there. But if not, I knew I had quite a bit of time to position myself. Marty.
Jeff, terrific point. And Joey Logano just asked that question of Paul Wolf a moment ago. He said, how long until we stop? He said 5 to 7 laps. But they also remind him, Steve, worry about your track position a little bit. Logano is arguably the best car tonight. He's back in 17th now. Does he have to gain some of that back before they stop?
17th and stuck on the top 3 wide. So even if he wanted to come, it would take a lap to figure it out. Let's add into all of this. You cannot slide a front tire coming to pit road. You're not getting new shoes on this thing, Jeff. You got to take care of all 4 Goodyears coming into the pit box.
Haka, how about Josh Berry? What a
He
night.
was just told last lap after driving a great race, 4 to go before they hit pit road for the 4 car. So now 3 laps to go before we see them on pit road.
He's trying to give crew chief Rodney Childers his first big win here at Daytona.
The other thing that's happening right now is that all the spotters are, when they get ready to start pitting, they're making motions. They're letting all the spotters around them know, hey, we're going to pit. Because how are you going to peel out of this pad and not get into a wreck? So communication from the crew chief to the driver, but also to the spotter, and then the spotters amongst all themselves, and then the drivers. Hands out the window, hands waving so the guys can see behind. Tons of communication.
Critical decisions are about to be executed. That's going to have an impact on the complexion of this race.
You'll see the drivers down the back straightaway. You'll see hands out the window when they're going to pit the next time by. You just got to give as much notice as possible.
Yeah, it does you no good to get run over coming to pit road. Whoa!
Oh, Nemechek down, sliding towards the inside wall. Caution flag is out and keeps it off the wall. Saved it, but caution flag is out here at Daytona. 21 laps to go, and nobody's going to be pitting under green after all. Well, contact there with the 51 of Justin Haley, spun off his front bumper. I think it might have been a push from behind by Larson that knocked the 42 car a bit sideways into the 51 to begin with. Yeah, that was definitely the case. An aggressive, not so square push there from Larson to the back of Nemechek, and 42 bounced off the 51, turned down to the bottom of the track. Not a lot of damage on either car. 42 did blow at least the right front. Flat spotted it in the midst of the slide. Great job correcting the car back to the right to keep it from just torpedoing basically down to the bottom of the racetrack. So our final pit stops of the race will be happening under caution. No green flag stops at all tonight, with the way the yellow flags have fallen. This one at the very end of the fuel run. I mean, we were going to see drivers pit within a couple laps prior to the caution.
Have a positive effect on the Rolex 24 as well, because the sports cars quite often come to grief. They're exiting that Le Mans chicane right there.
Oh, now that argument can carry on even further.
So now, Jeff, you kind of pointed it out. We were building up to these waves of green flag pit stops. So now the challenge at hand is still real. Everyone has to come to pit road. So now there's a bunch of factors in the equation, Lee. First of all, how much fuel do you need? How much did you save? How much fuel do you need to just complete the next 19 laps? Second, how much fuel do you want? Is this race going to end at mile marker 400, or are we going to see overtimes? And if we do, how many overtimes do you want to prepare for? Every fuel man on pit road trains year-round to be as agile and athletic as possible. When they pick up that dump can, it's going to be over 100 pounds on their throttle, or excuse me, on their shoulder, and they're going to try to almost engage the car before it stops. That plug time is going to be key, because the other issue is, even if it's not perfect, if you're a little off-center, then the way the system works, you get air mixed with the fuel, it slows everything down. It's kind of all on your shoulders right here. Now, some cars towards the back, they might decide to take tires. They might say, hey, I have no track position, so let's not risk it.
Here is the big move presented by Pods Moving and Storage. And this was a little earlier where Justin Haley said, I need to get down, and I'm going to get down in front of Austin Cindric. That was a pretty aggressive move, and it got all of our attention, including the attention of Michael Jordan, where he said, wow, that was aggressive, that was decisive, but for Justin Haley and his Rickware Racing Ford, the Beefaroo machine, it worked.
That worked great. The other thing, Steve, you did a great job of explaining the role of the team. What's the role of the driver? The role of the driver is to get down pit road as quickly as he can, obviously, but then also position your car on pit road so as soon as the guy is done fueling it, you can leave. If you get in your box too far, the person in front of you can block you. You've got to do your job. You also don't want to get too close to the wall, because now the gas man can't get over there and do his job. Driver's got to be perfect as well.
All right, pit road is about to get very entertaining and very busy, and that's where we find our Marty Snyder. Kick it off, mate.
Lee Kyle Larson has driven a terrific race tonight. They're going to need a little less than 3 seconds to fuel. Cliff Daniels said, wait on me to go, Parker.
Austin Cindric gets the second place. It's going to be a 3 count. It'll look good your time. Try to hit that car, Dave.
Kyle Busch got to the lead. Can he keep it fuel only here? No Goodyear tires on the car. There he goes.
And look at this crazy race off pit road. Austin Cindric gained 1. Brad Keselowski gained 4. It was a longer stop for Busch. He lost 4 positions. And this is why we're under caution. John Hunter Nemechek going for a wild ride, but not as wild as what it would have been if the grass was there.
All right, so after a single car spin there for John Hunter Nemechek, we're currently now under our 5th caution of the race. Our first one in the final stage, 3rd for incident. About 2.5 hours to get from where we were start of the race to where we are now. Sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. Live commentary NASCAR streams every NASCAR race weekend for Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races. 56 likes on the stream so far. Silent L Scribe, I see you in the chat. Brad, thanks for tuning in. Robert Goodrich, Sunshine Coolwater, Matthew Dorter Bruno. and a lot of others. I know I haven't shouted you guys out. I know you've been watching for a little bit yet, so I just want to give you your shout out. Thanks for tuning in here tonight. Be interesting to see exactly who is going to go on to win this race here tonight at the Daytona International Speedway. And again, if we see a new winner that has not won yet this year, they will lock themselves into the playoffs. Just one more race to go in the regular season after tonight, and that will be at Darlington in the Southern 500 next week. There are still 32 cars on the lead lap. Martin Truex Jr., who was 5 laps down at the time of the caution, got the free pass as he was the next closest to the lead lap at the time of yellow that was still on track and in the race.
Driver and take advantage of amazing deals at the NASCAR shop. Check out the greatest selection of t-shirts, die casts, and a whole lot more. Simply go to nascar.com/shop. If you're just joining us, you've got perfect timing because you've joined us for the most tense portion of this race.
Christopher Bell leaving his pit stall. BJ McCall coming in. Contact right in the right rear. See right here, Christopher Bell. Kind of a tight exit. He starts to leave, and they pull right out in front of BJ. BJ locked it up to keep from making any more contact than he did.
Could have been a little mirror effect there too, because Blaney was released right ahead of Christopher Bell and maybe thought the passage was clear and unawares of BJ McLeod coming in.
That is simply the crew chief knowing he needs the track position. He's clear, go, 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 go. That's what he's telling him.
Risk versus reward, and the reward is the highest with 17 to go. Dave.
About 20 laps ago, Michael Jordan showed up at the 23 pit box, the car that he owns. He's here to support his driver who's already led here tonight, and he knows that Bubba Wallace has a chance to not just work his way above the cut line, but make his way into the playoffs, locking in with a win here tonight, Marty.
Dave, you would think the fuel saving is over for the night. It is not for Kyle Larson. Listen in.
Right here. Thank you. Waiting. Right here. Been hard.
But Steve, you made the point earlier. It's easy to save fuel here. Larson can get to the front and has all the fuel he needs to the end of the race. But overtime, he's going to need a little bit of help.
A lot of cars in the lead lap with 16 to go, Diff. Lights are off. Toyota Camry is off the racing surface. Let's get ready to go. 16 laps left in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. And away we go. Keselowski and Cindric.
All the shoving, all the pushing that we've seen so far is going to be nothing compared to what we're going to see in the next 16 laps.
Riding with Joey Logano. Michael McDowell up ahead. He's led 25 laps tonight. Second only to the man who is following him. Apparently race control not all that thrilled with the 2 and the 6. That restart is under review. For the man third back on the high line, Kyle Busch, it has been 45 starts. Worldwide Technology Raceway back to 2023 since he has seen the checkered flag first. Could he get it tonight and vault his way into the playoffs?
Oh,
There's a penalty to Brad Keselowski. The night has gone away from the RFK man.
And remember the rule. The control car, he has to leave first in the restart zone. The 2, he was the leader of the race, so he has to launch first. Brad Keselowski clearly gets the launch.
So the 2's controlling the race. Once he gets past the first line, Jeff, he has the option to fire. And basically the 6 of Brad Keselowski is just trying to time it, right? He's just trying to leave with the 2. It seems very clear to me if you look at this. Brad, the orange car on the right, Right there. He's accelerating. The 2 isn't going. I mean, it looks pretty clear that the 6 accelerates first.
Yeah, and the 2 has from the time he gets into that box to that last line to go. Let's hear what they have to say.
I definitely went after him. He had quite a lap on the tires. Yep, they're going to look at that.
So the defense is that, hey, it looks like I'm accelerating because I am, but that doesn't mean that the 2 isn't on the gas. See, Brad can hear that. He hears the 2 accelerate, so he goes. He's claiming the 5 hits and spins the rear tires. Up for NASCAR to decide.
Inside the final 13 laps. Austin Cindric at the head of the pack. Larson in search of his first win here and first top 5 is well positioned in second. And Michael McDowell in that 34 on the low line. He wants another win here at the World Center of Racing to put himself in the playoffs.
6 hand out the window. I think he's decided now he has a service penalty. He does. He moves left. Now it's racing at the front.
12 laps to go at Daytona in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Who is going to be the one to get the win here when it's all said and done? A playoff spot on the line for somebody who has not won a race. There's a lot of those guys running in the top 10 as of right now. Headed into turn 3, 11 to go this time by pole sitter. Michael McDowell leads the way, side by side at least for the lead still, with Austin Cindric in the 2. Down in the bottom couple lines of the racetrack, Joey Logano with the 34 on the inside, Larson on the outside lane with the 2 car, and Josh Berry getting a 3rd lane for him now, just in the back half of the top 10. And Berry's got a head of steam. Josh Berry looking to the front of the field. Alex Bowman in the 48 who had damage from the lap 60 accident. It's back up there. Justin Haley, Chris Buescher also in the 3rd lane behind Berry. Larson moves up in front of the 4 on the back straightaway. Same for the 2. Now Larson back to the middle. The 2 to block. Almost contact. Larson slid the car a little bit. And up the middle goes Kyle Larson for the lead into turn 3. The Chevys of Larson and Busch in the middle. Fords to the outside. Fords to the inside of both the Camaros. Cindric leads the 3rd line. McDowell on the bottom with Logano still. Berry pushing the 2. Through the tri-oval. I think Larson led that lap at the line. Actually, according to our time and its scoring on our screen, it was dead even at the line between Cindric and Larson. Cindric credited with the lap led. Still 3x3 through the field, off turn 2. Larson, Cindric, door-to-door for the lead. McDowell getting a big push from Logano. They're moving forward again. Busch to the back of the 5. The 2 getting a massive shove. Everybody's pushing everyone into turn 3. McDowell to the inside for the lead again. McDowell clear. 3x3 from second on back. Larson up the middle with a head of steam again. Larson pulls to the outside. The 2 kiss the wall. Down into the tri-oval. The 5 into the back of the 34. The 34 up to block the 2. McDowell trying to hold on in front of Austin Cindric into turn 1. Oh, he spins in front of the pack, and up and over goes Michael McDowell on his side. Heavy contact into the outside wall at the rear of his race car. And the big one happens for the 2nd time with 9 laps to go. And a bunch of cars involved in the wreck as they had nowhere to go with the leader sliding up the racetrack into the wall in front of the entire field. I'd imagine the 2 got in the back of the 34, which started the incident. And a lot of the guys that were up in contention for the win there, leading laps late, have severe damage. McDowell, Logano, Larson, and others. Larson didn't go completely up and over, but he was definitely on his side. Window net is still up. I think he's trying to get the car refired because the exhaust pipes keep that flames shooting out of it. Justin Haley, also involved in the incident. He's out of his car. Logano currently climbing out of his Shell Pennzoil Mustang. We'll see how this started.
All this was off of turn 4. All right, so now they're going down the front straightaway. Watch the pipes on the 2 car. He sees it starting to happen. McDowell pulls up in front of him. A push from Barry. Tries to get to the outside, lifts right there, and still contact. And then look at this. Whoa.
And Michael McDowell, who knows what it's like to have a massive crash at a high-speed track, got away with that one.
See the fire come out of the pipes of the 2 car? He was being pushed by the 4. He knew he had too much speed. He was doing all he could to prevent it, but it just could not get it slowed down.
Wow.
And see the additional aerodynamic devices that were applied on the cars this week to prevent the cars from getting in the air.
Absolutely. It's impossible to know exactly what part or piece, but clearly the 34 was on his way upside down and came back onto its tires. The work by NASCAR. Look at this right here. Nowhere to go. Nothing to do. That extra work by NASCAR helping. This is the concern, right? When you're hit with another car, when the 22 makes contact, the 34 instantly goes in the air. And if this car continues to tumble, it's the 22, 23 down the line, but it comes back, I say onto the tire, onto the wall, actually, and then makes contact with the tires. You see Bubba Wallace in it, the 45 of Reddick in it. Both 2311 cars.
It's the view from Kyle Busch.
One of the worst wrecks I've ever seen. Ricky Craven at Talladega.
Yeah, it was almost like that.
Car got in the air, and he went into the catch fence. This car of McDowell's comes back down and gets into the wall.
And there are cars involved, drivers involved there that have had terrific nights. But it is over. And look at how fortunate Michael McDowell was. Here's the view from Chris Buescher. That's just amazing. I mean, it doesn't even look. I mean, it's 3,500 pounds plus of the 34 cars. At these speeds, it flies in the air like a Matchbox car. It doesn't get any less graphic, does it?
No, it does not. And again, Cindric gets into the back of the 34 and starts all this. But when you see the fire out of the pipes, that's him lifting out of the throttle. And he knew he was trying to prevent it, but he just had too much speed and didn't lift soon enough.
There's about 14 cars involved in this second big one here tonight. And for some drivers, maybe just maybe that moment, their playoff chances evaporated. Bubba Wallace was in it. He's come back to pit road. Had the 2311 crew check it, do some minor repairs, and away they go. For Michael McDowell, the night's over. Fortunately, that car did not fly any further or roll, and it came back down. Larson was in the middle of it. Well, we talked about the safety innovations of this car and exactly all the work NASCAR's done to keep the car on the ground. Well, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car, and we'll kind of go through the pieces and parts. There are the flaps on the hood to let the pressure out from underneath the hood. There's also the flaps on the roof to slow the airspeed down. What's new for this vehicle that we currently race is that green cable right there is connected to another flap underneath the car on the diffuser. It makes a tremendous amount of downforce going forward, but when it gets up in the air, it actually can act like a wing. So the right side flap, when it opens, it pulls a pin and releases the flap back on the diffuser. It all looks great, but how does it look
when things go bad, well, let's turn the air on in our wind tunnel and take a look at this. So we'll take our Toyota, we're going to spin it around, and as we spin it, you see all the flaps open, and you see that red light. That's kind of that high pressure, right? That is where high-speed air is hitting those flaps, and that is slowing that airspeed down. Remember, how does a wing work? The air over the top of the wing is faster than the air underneath, and it lifts up. Well, check this out right here. The 34 looks good. He's on the ground. It's the contact from the 22 right there. The flaps open like you would expect to keep it pinned on the ground. The concern is the additional contact. Watch this 22. Sends this car into the air. But right here, the roof flap is open. That's slowing the air down on the roof of this car just enough to change the momentum from up it down. And you have to wonder about that new right side window rail that goes down that whole right side A-post, making that roof flap even more efficient, a 15 to 20% improvement. It's impossible to know what it would be without it. What we can't say for sure is with it, the 34 car stayed on the ground and didn't get up, or didn't stay on the ground, but kept from going completely upside down.
And the important thing to add to that is that was an implementation in less than the last 7 days after Corey LaJoy went at Michigan. So NASCAR acted swiftly.
There's a good look at that right rail, Lee. I'm sorry, but you see the one on the left and the one on the right. That's new. So this one over here on the right side is new. It used to only have one on the left. The combination of two, a big advantage. See, when I talked to NASCAR, they said it's that long sideways slide that lets a car go up. If they spin quick, the kind of air doesn't have a chance to lift the car, but that long sideways slide, almost exactly like the 34 is doing.
And all of the crew chiefs say took NASCAR's numbers, right, from the testing at the R&D center. Now we have it for real of how that has impacted and helped the situation. Richard Childress Racing and the Brez Tree number 3, they must be feeling somewhat positive because Austin Dillon is up into the top portion of this race in the 8. How about the 8, Dave, of Kyle Busch?
Yeah, he was right in the middle of all that and somehow missed it. Randall, how did he do it?
I don't know how he did it, but it worked out great. We've had a really good Cheddar Chevy Camaro all night long, so we're still here at the end of it, which is great. We'll see what happens here, see how those guys line up in front of us. I would assume we'll be on the second row. I would assume the 4 doesn't go with the 2 there. We'll see what happens, and hopefully we'll be in victory lane after it.
And Austin is right there, too. Can you feel the teammate help coming?
Well, yeah, it's certainly nice to have, a teammate right behind you. I hope those two work together well, and we'll push forward in this. We've kind of been in this situation before last year where we both restarted on the front row and we got worked over and didn't make it happen. So I know those two both got it on their mind to kind of overcome that and redo it a little bit. So hopefully we'll get these two hooked up and take these 2 Chevys to the front.
Remember, a win in the next 2 races, that's the only path to the playoffs for Kyle Busch. Kim?
And Dave, Austin Dillon, like we mentioned, within striking distance of another win, a much-needed win to get into the playoffs. It's been a busy week. Earlier this week, the NASCAR appointed appeals panel ruled against Austin Dillon and his team for that penalty from Richmond. I talked to crew chief Justin Alexander. He said the appeal is a huge distraction, but a necessary evil. It took 80% of the time he would have been focused on prepping for this race weekend. Dedicated to that appeal. They'll do a final appeal on Monday. I asked him, what would it mean to win here tonight, knowing how good Austin is at drafting? And he said, tonight, a win would be a mic drop for this team after everything they've been through after the last couple of weeks.
It's a great way to put it. A mic drop moment. Could it happen for Austin Dillon? Let's join our Hall of Famers. Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Johnson. Guys, put the helmets back on. Put yourself in this situation. What are you expecting over these closing laps?
Jimmy, I can't imagine there's going to be much less pushing and shoving going on here in these last laps.
No, it's only going to, the intensity's only going to ramp up.
Yes, it is, Jimmy. 4 laps to go under the caution. This is not an overtime situation, but I believe by the time we go green, we're only going to have 2 laps left in this race anyway, by the time the cleanup is completely done on this Daytona International Speedway. We're in the closing laps of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Field has been given the 1 to go signal. As of the choose rule that last time by 3 laps left on the restart. So yeah, not an overtime situation. We'll have 3 laps to go. So 2 green flag laps, but if we get to the white flag, the next flag would then end the race. Sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content. Take you to the finish of this one here in a matter of moments. So wait to go green yet again.
Work out. They all are happy they didn't get in that wreck, but they all know there's a good chance they're going to get in the next one. But you have to assume that you're going to make your way through it. That's the only way. You have to push, you have to shove, you have to block. And that's why Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion, said there would most likely be another caution.
Do you remember, Stevie, how Ross Chastain has been telling us all that it's only math?
Yeah.
Mathematics? Well, the number's looking good for Ross, as he's above the cut line as we sit right now, but there is still plenty to come.
Yeah, who the winner is affects Ross Chastain as much as anyone, because that's with Cindric leading, who already has won a race.
And not to mention, Chastain and Wallace are both only a few positions apart from each other, both on the lead lap, both with damage from accidents. Wallace in the more recent accident, Chastain a little earlier in the day, and he was a lap down as 1.2 was able to get the free pass just by staying on the racetrack. William Byron, who won the Daytona 500, trying to go for the Daytona sweep. Interesting story there. He's on the outside of row 2 behind Josh Berry. A lot of damage on that 24 car from the big one back on lap 60 earlier in the day, but as beaten and battered as that race car is, he's going to still try to win another one here at the World Center of Racing. Busch gives Cindric a shot on the bottom. Berry gets the push from Byron. Green flag back in the air. Hold their tires for this restart for the entire field, who took fuel only under their last pit stop, which was a couple of cautions ago now. And Kyle Busch pushes Cindric clear into turns 1 and 2. Cindric going to try to control the race. He's the 2022 Daytona 500 winner. And trying to win another one this season. He had to win at Gateway earlier in the year. Josh Berry looking for career win number 1. Getting the push from Byron. Surprised Byron's even able to push a car as cleanly as he's been able to with the damage. Dead even off turn 4 between the 4 and the 2. Busch giving the 2 another shot. Byron with a push to the back of the 4 into the tri-oval. Cindric leads that lap at the line by inches. Josh Berry with the nose out in front into turns 1 and 2 this time. Cindric gets the pole in the center of the corner. Cindric not clear yet, staying pinned to the bottom in front of Kyle Busch. And Busch needs that win to get into the playoffs as well, trying to side draft the 4. Oh, the 4 goes around, and up and over goes Josh Berry. On his lid, headed for the inside wall. He hits hard upside down, still sliding on his roof. Caution flag is clearly out. Berry is still upside down after hitting nose first into the wall. And the AMR safety team will be quickly over to Berry after a wild ride on the backstretch. I think Busch made contact with the left rear of Berry. Like he went up to side draft him and may have gotten into him. Safety team is to the 4 car. I've never seen a car hit the inside wall head on like that while upside down before. The nose of his car crunched quite a bit. From battling for the lead with a lap and a half to go to upside down and stranded on the back straightaway. The safety team working on flipping this car back over so they can get Josh Berry out of the race car. There doesn't seem to be any fluids leaking. At least at the moment on the 4, red flag is displayed as they attend to Berry on the backstretch.
You mentioned it, Jeff, that these traveling safety workers have a whole system of straps, how they connect to the car to kind of roll the car over.
Josh Berry's in good hands with the AMR safety team here. They'll get that car right side up. And the desired result is to see what we have seen from Corey LaJoy last weekend and others. We want to see Josh Berry get out of that car and give us the thumbs up.
Oh.
There we go. Now the AMR safety team contend. And there's Josh. There we go. There's the thumbs up.
That was a scary wreck. Watch this car, how quickly, when it gets spun, contact. The two was getting pushed, and as soon as that was pushing him, got turned and ran away. This is what scared me, because Josh is hanging on his belts. He's not in his seat.
Wow.
And it's that frontal impact.
Everything that went right for the 34 to set his car back on the wheels didn't go right for Josh Berry. And I'm with you, Jeff. The flip is the first concern, but then the hit into the wall when gravity is pulling you out of the seat is just different. Multi-point harness is trying to hold your hips and your lower body tight into that seat. But as you run all day, the heat, the sweat, everything kind of loosens up a little bit. You have to keep tugging on those belts. It was so great for Josh to get out.
And again, that speaks to the structural integrity. Here's the view from Austin Dillon.
Oh, man. Out of nowhere.
With Gilliland.
Austin thought he was going to miss it, and then Gilliland came from nowhere. See, here's the push from behind, and then it moved the two car up. And again, pushing gone wrong.
Jeez Louise.
Violent hit. So right there, there's the push. They all stacked up, the 8, the 20. Now, the one thing about that car, when it's set down on the roof,
yes,
look at the integrity of the roof. It's sitting there really strong. That's something this car is really good at. The older car, that roof would collapse. This car is much stronger. This is two weeks in a row, Steve, with cars in the air.
Yeah, a change was made. Obviously, more work to be done. At these speeds, the cars. Here we go. This is on board with Barry.
Have a listen.
And he held a straight line. Wow.
Just that ping ponging that was happening further back, Zane Smith.
This is what we talk about it this all the time. These late race restarts, they're just wild. And that it's a great chance you're going to be in a wreck. Jimmy Johnson called it. He said there's going to be another caution because he's been in them. I've been in them. Dale Jarrett's been in them. It's almost expected. You almost are like, I know I'm going to be in a wreck.
For two cars in particular at the front, one of them being the 8, the other the 21 of Harrison Burton, the path opened up. Watch this. And there's the Dix imaging machine of the Wood Brothers 21. So the 8 and the 21 got clear passage. Watch this. Straight through. Christopher Bell, also lucky. Todd Gilliland was not. Parker Retzlaff got through. He had an open passage as well after a tough night last night in the Xfinity race. He may just get an amazing result here in this Cup race.
His debut, too.
You mentioned Corey LaJoy last week. This role is so eerily similar. This is a little different because the 2 was still making contact to the 4, but almost the exact same, turn. It looks the same, right? Car turns left, slides for a bit. As I was saying, this car slides when it starts to slide sideways for a long time. That's when it's most susceptible. And obviously, even with the updates, more work to be done as the 4 lifts off.
Look at how the noses collapsed. It was a massive frontal impact.
So massive. Such a great work by the safety team, flipping that car over. Had to feel like forever, sitting there upside down, but then Josh getting out instantly, giving us that thumbs up we'd all been hoping for.
All right. Drivers have been told to fire the engines. Let's get ready to finish this Coke Zero Sugar 400 off.
That last caution, remember, Brad Keselowski was racing for the lead.
Yes.
Got penalized.
Served the penalty.
Served the penalty. Got the free pass, and here he is sitting in 6th place.
There's the extent of the damage to Josh Berry's Ford.
Look at the roof.
Yep.
Look at the integrity of the roof. Like that is a great sign. The car flipping is bad, but this part of it, that is good. This car is such stronger race car in that type of wreck.
And for the second time in a week, we get to see that. Very similar, right?
Unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately. While the night ended in a rather unfortunate way for Josh Berry, we will remember the run that he had. And trying to get the Daytona sweep, William Byron had an amazing run going. But he too was one of those 14-odd cars involved.
This car hit a ton down the back straightaway. It got hooked and hung a right, and it had a massive impact.
So while all of that was going on, it'll take you back to a moment in time when Parker Kligerman caught up with Joey Logano.
Catch up with Joey Logano, who's checked and released from the infield care center. Joey, you actually had Michael come across your nose there in that incident down in turn 1. What happened from what you could see?
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly how it started. I'm assuming he got pushed into the corner and just came across right in front of me, and there's just nothing you can do. It's the end of a speedway race, and you try to position yourself the best place you can, but the wreck always starts in the lead, and you just saw another one there with Josh Berry, which I hope he's okay. I think he's okay. But gotta figure out how to get the cars on the ground. We're not doing too good at that part. So hopefully we can figure out how to do that better. But overall, proud of the effort of Team Penske here today. I think our teamwork was incredible. Our cars were really, really fast. Unfortunately, all 3 of them are tore up at this point. So it's just speedway racing. You can bring the heat and do the best you can, and you still get caught up and stuff. So that part's frustrating, but overall, a stage win, that's good, and almost a second stage win there in the first stage. So proud of the effort, proud of the speed. Just here I am again at the Infield Care Center.
And again, that was a little earlier. Thanks to Joey for speaking with Parker and updating us. So trying to take the positives away for a night that ended prematurely.
Yeah, so now think about the opportunities at the front of this field. We talked about Kyle Busch. It has been a tough year. He has won. I mean, this guy wins every year, it seems like. He has not won this year. He is going to start on this front row. And it would end a drought for him. It would be big in a lot of ways, Steve, not just making the playoffs, but getting a win.
Well, it'd be big for the multi-time champ Kyle Busch, but how about your son, Harrison Burton, behind him, not in this 21-car ride next year? We know Josh Berry, unfortunate, was just in that upside-down 4-car. He'll be taking over this ride. We don't know what Harrison has going on for next year, but either way, putting that number 100 for the Wood brothers on the wall would be a huge step. Let's listen into their chat.
Great opportunity right here. You're going to have to be very aggressive with taking a push and blocking and all the things you got to do to win one of these, okay? Yeah, I mean, only got it.
He's put himself in position, and I thought that was a good pep talk and factual statement all at once. Like, hey, I would love to give you better news, but this is what it's going to take. Harrison has seen this. He's been around this his whole life. He's seen you do it, Jeff. He knows what this is going to take. But the names continue. Look at, we have Bell, Bretzlaff, Ware, Nemechek back up there. You mentioned Keselowski after the penalty. So it's a lot of opportunity at the front of the field.
And this, we keep talking about the playoffs. And what we've always looked at is not with a surprise winner, but if you get Kyle Busch to win this race tonight, if you get Harrison Burton to win this race, if you get Nemechek to win this race, it completely shakes it up. And that is not at all what all those guys on the cut line want to see.
And I think this is super interesting for Kyle and Harrison, for the people that are behind them, right? So Christopher Bell has been up here a lot. Now, Parker Etzlaff does this on Saturdays in the Xfinity Series, so he has some experience. John Hunter's obviously been in all three series and found success. Cody Ware, but it's just guys maybe you're not used to getting these pushes from at the end of these races.
But those guys on the front row and the bottom, they were teammates. Those guys worked for years as teammates. Parker.
Catching up with Josh Berry here, just checked release from the infield care center.
That was quick.
Are you okay? What a scary ride that was down the backstretch.
Yeah, I'm all good. Actually, probably wasn't as bad as it looked, but man, I'm bummed because we had a hell of a night going. Just such a great job by Rodney. This whole 14 car was so strong. I mean, we were in position. Man, I'm really proud of the job I did tonight. Really proud of the job the whole team did, man, because we were in contention, and that could have been our day, but didn't work out. I just want to thank everybody at Stewart Haas Racing and Ford and NASCAR for building safe race cars. Hero for coming on board tonight. Man, it's disappointing, but whether we'd have won or flipped, we're going to go to work Monday and try to win next week.
What a great sight being able to talk to Josh, guys.
Indeed, and although it didn't end the way he wanted, it was a phenomenal night. That 4 was at the front. All right, so these names you see on the script.
Yeah, only 6 cars have not been involved in an incident so far tonight. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Harrison Burton, Joey Gase, and Parker Retzlaff. And of course, they are all inside the top 10 except for Briscoe. Briscoe back at 15th of that list of cars. Who's going to win at the Daytona International Speedway here on this Saturday night? Kyle Busch will lead the field to the green. He has elected the inside lane. He's got his former teammate Christopher Bell right behind him on that inside line. Harrison Burton's got rookie Parker Retzlaff. In fact, Retzlaff had his Cup Series debut on the outside of Road 2. Green flag back in the air. Busch and Burton dead even as of right now. Not that many cars still on the lead lap. A lot of wobbling going on into the first turn there for the 21 of Burton. Retzlaff pushing well into the corner, and that outside lane was losing a lot of momentum as a result of that. Bell staying on the back bumper of the 8 of Busch again. Back straight away. Still trying to build the momentum up. It will be up to speed pretty much by the time they get through the center of their tri-oval end of the front stretch this time by. Kyle Busch leads at Daytona. Off of turn 4, he's all clear. Looks to the outside in front of Harrison Burton. And back down to the bottom to block Bell. 1 lap to go for Kyle Busch. Trying to break a career-long winless streak. Retzlaff in the middle, 3 wide. As John Hunter Nemechek was to his outside and hung out to dry. Nemechek losing a bunch of positions on the final lap. Still side by side for second between Bell and Burton. Burton on the outside, Bell on the bottom. Retzlaff pushes the 21. Burton with a run, back straightaway. He gets to the outside of Kyle Busch. Busch getting a push now from Bell. Busch a little sideways. Harrison Burton's clear. In the middle of turns 3 and 4. Harrison Burton trying to get career win number 100 for the Wood brothers. Busch to the outside, Burton to block, down to the bottom, Burton to block again, a little bump. Crashing behind them, and Harrison Burton is going to win at Daytona. Harrison Burton, career win number 1. And career win number 100 in the team of the Wood Brothers. First win as an organization since 2017, just over 7 years ago. Kyle Busch ends up second. Margin of victory, 47 one-thousandths of a second.
Nor can your wife. What a magical moment. It's the Wood Brothers 100th win. It's Harrison Burton's first in Cup. And he's going to the playoffs. What a drive. What a push. He found a way. The momentum wasn't there on lap 1. He found it. He forced help. Such a great job. Wow, wow, wow. What a finish. I do have to sprinkle a dose of reality into this, and that is race control is reviewing some tape on the 21 for an alleged infringement of the double yellow line.
Oh, man, come on.
Question begs, did he
Major,
get pushed down there?
major buffering
So the
going
rule
on.
is you cannot go below the double yellow line to advance your position. You cannot. You will be black flagged if you go below the double line of block. You may be black flagged.
Nah, that's
bumper the 8th. NASCAR's decision is going to have to be, was there contact riding along with the 8?
no.
See,
It looked more like a bump draft. I mean,
I believe it's contact from the 8 that forces it, Lee. Jeff, word in from NASCAR is confirmed. Harrison.
okay, I was a little nervous there.
Sugar 400.
A little nervous for Harrison.
Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, Harrison Burton in the history books here at the World Center of Racing.
You know, it's amazing. You know this, Steve, how hard it is to do this. And it's just, it takes so much. And, you know, he's lost his ride next year, and he knows that. He's out there still working. And by the way, the team hasn't quit on him either. And that is what this sport is about. Even when things are down, teamwork matters, and you cannot quit.
And the legend of the Wood Brothers only grows bigger by notching up its 100th win at Daytona International Speedway. All right, you need to call your boy. Get him on the line.
Harrison is... Dad, what's up?
Go.
Congratulations, bud.
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
Can this season get any crazier? How about that? Get out of here, Jeff. Go be with your son and Kim and celebrate. What a beautiful night. Oh, you got me.
I think it says a lot about the young man when he will not be in the 21 car next year, that this entire team comes out to congratulate him. Mom Kim just behind us with tears in her eyes. Not only the 100th win for the Wood Brothers, #1 for you, Harrison Burton. Welcome to the playoffs for you personally. What does this mean?
I don't know. I cried the whole victory lap. Obviously,
got fired from this job, and I wanted to do everything for the Wood Brothers that I could. They've given me an amazing opportunity in life, and to get them 100 on my way out is amazing. We're in the playoffs now. Let's go to Darlington and see what happens.
So I want to talk to you about this team who could have easily given up once the ride changed and they knew Josh Berry was getting in this car, but they never gave up on you. What was the point of how they were able to rally around you?
It's amazing. It's been the hardest 3 years of my life. Obviously, the hardest 3 years for some of these guys' lives. And to win the way that we just did, to be the best in the business, Kyle Busch across the line, it's pretty fantastic. So I made a bet with Jeremy, my crew chief, that if we won, we're staying here and driving home. So we'll be far somewhere. Come find us, and we're gonna celebrate this one.
Who are we going to have to calm down more? Your mom or your dad?
My mom. My dad was pretty calm on the radio. My fiance Jenna and my mom are both crying. And all those people have been with me in the worst days of my life and the best days. And good to get Dex Imaging and Victor Lane and get them another best day.
It is a terrific day for the Wood Brothers, but Lee, I think you said it best. What a night for the Burton family. Harrison Burton now in the playoffs for the win at Daytona.
It just adds to what has been an
Again, margin of victory crossing the line there, 47 one-thousandths of a second. Harrison Burton, the race winner at the Daytona International Speedway in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Total time in this race, 3 hours, 1 minute, 40 seconds. Average race speed of 139.8 miles per hour. Kyle Busch ended up finishing in second place. Christopher Bell third. Cody Ware, career high fourth place finish. And Ty Gibbs, sophomore driver for Joe Gibbs Racing, finishes in fifth. Bubba Wallace, sixth. Parker Retzlaff in his series debut finishes seventh. Brad Keselowski came back from that penalty late to finish eighth, missed all the carnage. Daniel Hemrick ninth, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10 in 10th. And Keselowski is actually sliding in the grass across the line when he finished in eighth. They're nearly 5 wide back there in the tri-oval, getting around Brad. Seeing the replay of Jeff Burton with the fist bump as Burton crossed the line first in the booth. That was pretty cool. Oh, jeez. Carson Hocevar ends up finishing in 11th. Ross Chastain 12th. Zane Smith 13th. Chase Briscoe 14th. And John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the 15th place position. Alex Bowman 16th. Eric Jones 17th. Austin Cindric 18th. BJ McLeod 19th. Joey Gase last car in the lead lap at 20th. First car lap down, Kyle Larson 21st. Austin Dillon 2 laps down in 22nd. Todd Gillen 2 laps down 23rd. Martin Truex Jr. 3 laps down in 24th. Everybody from 25th on back DNF tonight. Austin Hill 25th. Josh Berry 26th. William Byron 27th. Tyler Reddick 28th. Ryan Blaney 29th. Michael McDowell 30th. Joey Logano 31st. Justin Haley 32nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 33rd. Corey LaJoie 34th. Shane Van Gisbergen 35th. Chase Elliott 36th. Noah Gragson 37th. Denny Hamlin 38th. Ryan Preece 39th. And Daniel Suarez rounded out the field in 40th. A lot of different leaders in this one. Harrison Burton led just 1 lap in the race today. It was the final lap of the race in an overtime finish at Daytona. 4 laps past the scheduled distance in this one. Originally supposed to be 160 laps. This one ended at 164. And 1 overtime finish. And Harrison Burton, your race winner. First career win for Burton. 100 for the Wood Brothers as an organization. Feel good story at the end of tonight's race. Definitely a crazy one, to say the least. Unfortunately for Bubba Wallace and Ross Chastain, this is going to put them a little further below the cutoff line, as they are now 21 and 27 points to the negative. Chris Buescher, last driver in, plus 21, with Burton getting locked into the playoffs with the victory. Ty Gibbs plus 39 and plus 58 for Truex. Headed into the Southern 500 at Darlington next week. Kyle Busch still 19th in points, minus 106. He needs to win mathematically now at Darlington next week to make the playoffs, and same for Chase Briscoe, who's over 2 full races of points out in 20th. So that is the bubble battle excluding this race here today. If we get any other interviews from some of the top finishers in this one, you'll get to listen in to those in our post-race show. I see 16 different drivers, I believe, have won this race, have led a lap in this race today. And I don't even know how many lead changes. I mean, more than twice that. Look at the number of lead changes on the screen right here. I don't even want to count that. it was a lot. I mean, it was more than double the amount of different leaders that we had in this one. So we probably had right around 40 lead changes, give or take, in this race. Here's Kyle Busch, your second place finisher with Dave Burns on pit road.
Just finished second, it's all good. We're really lucky tonight to miss a few of them crashes. So all good. Just real proud of everybody. Randall, all the guys, everybody at RCR, ECR, they did a great job and brought a fast car. And, was hoping that we could get those free number 8 specials on Monday for everybody, get some chicken tenders rolling, but wasn't meant to be. So we'll take this and got a good little stretch here going with these last 3 weeks and hope that we can do what we need to do next week.
Now, quick take on the final lap. What could you have done different now that you've seen it? You haven't seen a lot of it, but what do you think?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any of it, but just from what I recall, we got off at 2 and somehow the bottom lane got misconjobulated and broke all of our momentum and the top lane just rolled. And so once they got in front, with as little as energy as there was with the lack of cars that there were, it was hard to make anything happen from turn 4 to start finish. So besides just flat out wrecking them, there was nothing else I could do.
Can you go and win the Southern 500 next week?
Yeah, I mean, we want to. We ran good there the first time I ran with these guys early last year, but early this year we struggled mightily. So we'll just have to go with hopefully a really good package that works and get our job done.
His last shot almost had it tonight at Daytona.
Good, so close, and there's still so much more to break down.
Harrison Burton on his way to victory lane in the background. Appreciate everybody tuning in for this one. Again, we will go into our post-race show. We got to talk about the Fantasy League standings following the outlook of tonight. We have one race to go there. Before we get into that, again, we already went through the finishing results, some of the other race statistics tonight. We'll see how the pre-race predictions from a long time ago ended up finishing out here in this one. So Kyle Busch was one of the must-have picks. He ends up finishing in second. My race win pick, Brad Keselowski, ended up 8th, obviously, as one of the other must-haves. Final one of the 3 must-have picks was Joey Logano. Got caught up in the second big one, ends up finishing 31st. So 2 for 3 there. As far as the sleeper picks go for underdog top 10 finishes, Bubba Wallace. He was not one of the sleepers tonight. Let's see here. Austin Dillon ended up 22nd. He was caught up in that last wreck, I do believe. So he finished 2 laps down in 22nd. So Dillon doesn't get a top 10. Todd Gillen in the 38 car was also caught up in that same wreck, the Barry incident. Finishes right behind Dillon in 23rd. And then the last of the 3 sleeper picks, once I find him on screen, would have been Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And Stenhouse finished in 33rd, as he was also caught up in that Logano and McDowell crash, which took place back in turns 1 and 2. That was the second to last of the 3 big ones, essentially, that we ended up seeing in this race. Again, only 20 cars finished on the lead lap. So 0 for 3 in the sleepers, 2 for 3 in the must-haves that don't have picks. I believe all 3 of them finished outside the top 10. Last and second to last for Ryan Preece and Daniel Suarez. I may have cursed those drivers before the race even began. Apologize to fans of those drivers and the drivers alike teams. And then the Martin Truex Jr. 19 car also finished outside the top 10, ended up 24, 3 laps down. So yeah, they all finished in the back half of the field. So overall, the predictions just slightly above 500 tonight, 5 for 9. So, I mean, that's good for Daytona, especially. You never know what could happen in these races. If you were watching all 3 hours of it and you are a religious NASCAR fan like I am, you would probably know that too. But regardless of the fact, that is how the pre-race predictions ended up to where we are now. We'll highlight the Fantasy League on NASCAR.com. It's also on the NASCAR mobile app. Sign up with your email, free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. Let me back up real quick to the last page. This is NASCAR.com's homepage on the website. If you see the quick link section towards the top of the screen, there'll be a Fantasy Live tab. That is where the Fantasy League is. Click on that. And if we take a look at the league results for tonight, Shrine at 1974 is our Daytona winner with 196 points. PSHAP Motorsports finishes second with 183. CRN Corona finishes with 183 points, also tied for second. Dale 30, 174 points, ends up in fourth, and Zachary Ryan Uchiha ends up finishing with 168 points in fifth. So that's the top 5. I don't think anybody in the top 5 in our overall point standings coming into the night finished in the top 5. Our points leader, Monster Jam X10, 155 points. Frank T, 26, 156, gains 1 point on him, narrowly closing that gap following this weekend's race. I had 53 points with 2 guys in my lineup this weekend. I definitely was not playing this weekend, clearly. I haven't been playing the last few weeks. I really do apologize for that. I'll definitely get better on it. I didn't miss my lineup really at all the first couple seasons for this year. I've been terrible with it. It's like the 5th time I've not put my lineup in this year. Always remember to put your lineups in. You just never know what could happen. It takes a whole season to put together a championship there. So that was the way the league went. So following this week in the league, it's going to be a 10-point difference at the top of the charts between Monster Jam X10 and Frank T, 26. Dale 30, who got a top 5 tonight, is going to close that gap a little bit as well. So he was top 5 in points coming in. If you're within a couple hundred points, 196 points was scored tonight, so mathematically, that'd be the chance of potentially winning. Our third and fourth place in points coming into the night both ended up with less than 100 points. So you just never know what could happen in this fantasy league. Within 100, you definitely have a shot at the title going into what is our last race of the regular season next weekend at Darlington for the Southern 500. I don't think we have anything else to go through on this stream tonight. Only other thing I have to do is I have to advertise our stream for tomorrow afternoon. The Truck Series is racing at Milwaukee at 4 p.m. Eastern. Again, tomorrow afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern, the Milwaukee Mile will be the playoff opener for the Truck Series. So if you're unaware that race was even taking place, it is on Fox Sports 1. They're getting the main event this weekend, I guess, if you would call it the main event, just considering it is the Sunday afternoon race. And as far as next weekend's schedule, I'll go over that real quick. Talk to LaJoy. I don't think they talked to Corey LaJoy at all tonight. Finished towards the back, so I don't think we're going to get an interview from him. He actually never retired from the race. I think he actually finished just many, many laps down. So again, 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, we'll go live for the for the Truck Series race at Milwaukee. Our schedule next weekend at Darlington, only the Xfinity and Cup Series will be in action. Trucks will be off. Our Xfinity Series race coverage next Saturday afternoon will begin at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Before that, we will go live for NASCAR Cup practice and qualifying for the Southern 500 at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. So back-to-back streams there. 6 p.m. Sunday night next week, Southern 500 at Darlington. We will go live at 5:30 with our pre-race. So about a half hour before the scheduled airtime for that one. And both of the Xfinity and Cup races will be on the USA Network next week. So hope to see you for that. And that's going to do it for us tonight right here on KRC. Appreciate everybody tuning in throughout the course of this exhilarating race at the Daytona International Speedway. And hope to see you next weekend for Darlington. Hope to see you tomorrow for the truck race at Milwaukee. Have a good rest of your Saturday night. Rest easy and We'll be back better than ever again tomorrow. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for your support as always. Hit that like button on the way out if you haven't yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content just like this. See you next time.